Yeah, good evening. How's everybody doing? Yeah, so supposed to have a couple guests on with us tonight. Let me just make sure everything working on my side real quick. One moment. Appreciate y'all presence. Yeah, we good. All right. So yeah, you see we got the fair use up there. We're gonna be showing a lot of good information tonight. It's gonna be in abundance, you know. If you can, let me know. Let me know if I'm clear. Because I can't really tell right now. Let me turn this thing up. Matter of fact. Yeah, let me know if I'm clear. Oh yeah, I'm clear. Cool. All right, so this is what we're gonna do first, right? I'm gonna run this video. It's an intro video, right? We got some old clips of Malcolm X, Malcolm Little, saying some serious things, you know what I mean? Speaking some serious truth. Y'all see we got Chief Noya with us. How you doing, Chief Noya? Yeah, so first and foremost, before we begin, I want to extend appreciation to our American people. Yeah, Randall Bailey, appreciate your presence, right? Roman Wolf, I see you. But yeah, first and foremost, want to extend appreciation to our American peoples for your strength, your preservation, your perseverance, for surviving through all of the manufactured foreign devastation to our land, people, and resources, for your patience, diligence, the maintaining of your dignity, honor, and integrity. We have all experienced so much filth, ignorance, and madness throughout these past 528 years since colonization began. My intentions has always been to provide our American peoples with the full disclosure the foreigners refuse to provide due to their intentional plot of exploiting and exterminating us, as they have done other peoples in the lands from which they originate. This video is to be considered as an introduction to a series. Well, that was the beginning of the day, but yeah, this is a continuation right here. And it's on these hidden colors that have been embedded amongst our American peoples, that have played primary roles in undermining the natural authority and duty, as well as the purpose and the legacy of our American peoples. This is why I appreciate us. You know what I'm saying? We still here. You know what I mean? So let's go to get into this video. All right. Also, let me extend appreciation to all the good peoples, man. We worked with some great people over the years. We got the Fauna Chiefs, Chief Two Hawks, Chief Taregua, Crook Rock. Man, we got so many good people, man. Y'all may be familiar with a lot of the good peoples. You know what I mean? They've been doing their thing on social media as well as in real life, real time situations, of course. Chief Noya, as you see right here. It's abundance of people, man. Like too many names for real. I've learned from so many people. I done shared with so many good people, and so we're just gonna keep the thing moving. You know what I mean? Let's get it.
True culture.
Oh wow.
True experience.
That's crazy.
True issue. True news. True stories. Aboriginal American truths.
It seems like I got some technical difficulties going on over here right now. I ain't had no issues earlier. It's occurring right now, though. It's interesting. That's like crazy right there. Hold up, this is how we gonna do it. This ain't playing right now. Where we at? La, 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 la. Here we go. I had no issues all day preparing this, but now we got them. It's all good. You see here. Application window. There we go.
Aborigines, which means what? Black folks. You never find a white aborigine. Aborigines are called natives, or they're always dark-skinned people. You and I are aborigines, but you don't make them be called aborigines.
Are you not perhaps afraid of what might happen to you as a result of making these revelations?
Oh yes, I probably am a dead man already.
What do you mean?
When you understand the makeup of the Muslim movement and the psychology of the Muslim movement, as long as if I myself, by having confidence in the leader of the Muslim movement, if someone came to me and I had no knowledge whatsoever of what had taken place, and they told me what I'm saying, I would kill them myself. The only thing that would prevent me from killing someone who made a statement like this, they would have to be able to let me know that it's true. Now, if anyone had come to me other than Mr. Muhammad's son, I never would have believed it, even enough to look into it. But I had been around him so closely, I had seen indications of the reality of it. But my religious sincerity made me block it out of my mind.
Have you received threats on your life?
Oh yes, I first received threats on my life in December. In December. No, not in December. In January, when it first became known that I had come back to New York and told the captain of the fruit in New York, who was my right-hand man formerly, and also the secretary of the New York Mosque and the minister in Boston. When it became known that I had told them, then an effort was made to shut me up. One brother encouraged to go out to my house and shut me up. And fortunately, it was a brother who was well capable of doing so, but it was a brother who was highly intelligent. He was academically equipped to think for himself. And what he was told to do didn't add up. And fortunately, he was the one who put out a feeler to me to find out what was wrong. And I opened his eyes. And then he opened the eyes of the same crew whose job it is to do this kind of work.
Yo, so I'm going to pause it right there, right? Because this is what I mean by the hidden colors, right? So, as I began saying, and as you see, and as you hear, this is Malcolm X, birth name, Malcolm Little. And he's speaking in regards to what he was experiencing before he was killed, right? And what he's saying is the fact, you have these people, right, who he was in close contact with. He's putting in whatever work with, right? And due to him speaking the truth during his time, they plotted on his life. This goes into this hidden colored situation here. Once again, I'm going to say, and as many of us have already heard, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. I'm going to continue with this. And listen, please listen to what Malcolm Little was saying here.
You mean he was going to kill you?
Oh, yes. One of them was, an attempt was made to get one of them to wire my car with an explosive. That one is with me right now. Well, fortunately, while I was among the Muslims, I never lived beyond my means, and I have learned how to live within me. And I still have the clothes that was provided for me at that time. I'm in the house that was provided for me, although we're in a court battle, they're trying to get it back. And I have made this statement to them concerning the house that they could have it. If they would take me back, that they would permit me to come before the Muslim movement, the rank and file, and explain or defend myself against all of the charges that they've made against me, they could have the house. But they are going contrary to their own laws by standing up in the mosque and indicting me, but never giving me a chance to defend myself. And they say that no one can judge me but Mr. Muhammad. In this case, Mr. Muhammad can't sit as judge because he's involved in
Elijah.
Yeah, so we pause right there, right? Now, what you're going to see in this presentation, we're going to show the origins of these groups. You know, a lot of people have not been given full disclosure. So through research, myself, Chief Noya, and others, all right, we have sought and we have found vital information that has impacted our American people within the past 100 years. We have Malcolm Little here. You know, that's like what? Good 60 years ago, right? Going further back as well. We're about to get into something real serious tonight. So I appreciate y'all presence. If you can, feel free to notify your people. You know what I mean? Basically share, let your people know that we about to get into it. This video is about 10 minutes long. It's all about what he's saying right here. You know, we got 5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. We're going to continue.
Muhammad says of the Muslims, we carry no arms, and we do not seek to win victory with arms. We do nothing to others that we would not have done unto us.
The two brothers were sent after me with revolvers by Joseph, the captain of the fruit in New York. They were armed. When a Muslim is attacked, and you find this to be the pattern, when the Muslims were attacked in Monroe, Louisiana, Elijah Muhammad gave no signal to anybody across the nation to come to the defense of their brothers. When our brothers were attacked in Los Angeles, again, Elijah Muhammad gave no signal to anybody to come to the defense of those brothers. Never have the Muslims anywhere in the country gotten any kind of instruction from the national office or headquarters on how to defend themselves when they are attacked by outsiders. The only times the Muslims have ever been given any instructions to commit violence is when that violence is directed against a fellow Muslim. His followers are violent against Negroes.
Against Negroes?
Yes.
Did you hear what he said? His followers are violent against Negroes. The Caucasian guy who's interviewing Malcolm Little here, he repeats that. Surprised, right? Against Negroes. So let's continue. And this is what I mean. Hidden colors. The hidden colors. Let's continue.
His followers will go out and attack another Negro, like they will attack me, or they will brutalize a fellow Muslim who breaks the law. But you don't find those same followers going out and becoming involved in the Negro struggle in any way whatsoever.
Well, I'm gonna pause it right there, because this is what it's about right here. Santi, how you doing, Santi? I see you. I mean, yo, check it out, right? So Malcolm Little speaking in regards to the organization that he was working with, right? Members of it attacking the Negroes. Now, those of us that have conducted, research and we know our people's lineage and things of this nature, right? We know that the American Indian, who we are as Aboriginal Indigenous Americans, the foreigners classified us as Negroes, right? So what he's saying right here, and I'm gonna run that back because that's a key statement that he made right there. The members of these organizations do not get involved in the Negro, but let's say specifically, right? Because you're going to see in this presentation, they don't get involved in our American Indian struggle, all right? But yet and still, they have infused themselves, all right, so that they can create distractions and disruption in an effort to prevent us from doing what we got to do to preserve ourselves. Because that's what this is all about, the preserving of our peoples. It's all about the preserving of our people. Because as I showed y'all the other day, the presentation, the foreigners have documented how they want to annihilate us, exterminate us, make our American people extinct while they colonize our land, exploit our resources including our people. Our people are being exploited. Melly Mel, I see you. How you doing? Creek Running Water, I see you. I've been busy. But yeah, let me run that quote back though. I want to run back what Malcolm Little said right here.
His followers will go out and attack another Negro, like they will attack me, or they will brutalize a fellow Muslim who breaks the law. But you don't find those same followers going out and becoming involved in the Negro struggle in any way whatsoever. Now, the violence that he accuses me of is my tendency to want to participate in the struggle of the Negro at all levels. This is what he calls violence.
Malcolm Little just said they viewed him as being wrong for wanting to participate in all levels of our American people's struggle. This is the beauty of time, right? This is the beauty of time. You know, some people say time isn't real. Whether time is real or not, I'll put it like this. It's been X amount of time since Malcolm Little said what he's saying right here before he transitioned, right? And we have the opportunity right now to review what he has said, right? We're able to review his work and the work of others, the results of the work, right? While we engage in the work in which we're doing right now, so that we can prepare ourselves, because that's what this is about. In order for us to effectively produce solutions, we have to know exactly what the problem is. We haven't been given full disclosure, so therefore, we don't know exactly what the problem is. We've been told to look in one direction while our land's been stolen, while we're looking in this other direction, right? Our identity's been stolen while we're looking in this other direction. We was told to look left when we're supposed to be looking straight. We was told to look right. They did it. They did it. Whoever did it, right? Meanwhile, we're supposed to be looking straight. And when we are aware that we are the aboriginal, the autochthonous, indigenous peoples of the Americas, generally classified as Indians, right? We could see clearly who the enemy is. Generally speaking, foreigners. Of course, we had conflicts amongst ourselves. But one thing in which we know for sure, we know this for sure, we did not engage in the mass murder, the genocide of our nations, of our neighbors and our peoples. We did not do that. That is also documented in history. All we got to do is look. Look for ourselves. Do these things privately. We don't need to go to these public schools to be taught about public fools and things of this nature. Listening to these master deceivers, posing as teachers and things of this nature. This has caused tremendous harm to multiple generations of our youth that has become elders. They're pulling the plug on our elders right now. This year, corporate 2020, right? They pulled the plug on so many of our American people's elders. Non-resuscitation orders due to quote-unquote corona, COVID-19, whatever. Non-resuscitation orders, mandates. We wasn't given full disclosure. We wasn't informed about medical powers of attorney, various powers of attorney, various legal tools, instruments, etc. We're being told to go hire one of them hidden coloreds, right? Go hire a hidden colored, you know, one of the agents, right, to assist us with our legal matters, rendering us as infants and minorities. They want us to be minorities when we are the majority here. We overrule anything on this land. But as long as we don't know that we have this duty, we have this authority, yo, guess what? They're able to claim it as they've done, as we've seen. I don't want to take too much time because we got to get into this presentation. Hold on, let's continue.
To understand this, you have to go back to what young brother here referred to as the house Negro and the field Negro. Back during slavery, there was two kinds of slaves. There was the house Negro and the field Negro. The house Negro, they lived in the house with master. They dressed pretty good. They ate good because they ate his food, what he left.
Let me pull up a picture of a house Negro for you real quick, right? Let's just pause right there for a hot minute. You know? You see it here. Let's get it popping. Let me see here. Where we at? We're gonna go right there, right there. What that presentation at? Here, go right here. Let's see what a house Negro look like, yeah? So you see this guy right here? You see how you holding that other guy's arm? That's a house Negro. Bottom line. Let's continue. It's the same dude with the same guy. House Negro. Other one. Looking real submissive, right? Looking real obedient, right? Jolly guys. You guys are jolly. They're happy. Wow. Wars was going on. Our ancestors was in conflict with these foreigners, right? We going through hell with these foreigners. And meanwhile, we got these house Negroes that was real happy, right? Let's get back to what Malcolm Little's saying. Where we at? Here we go. Here we go. That shot.
They lived in the attic or the basement, but still they lived near their master. And they loved their master more than the master loved himself. They would give their life to save their master's house quicker than the master would. The house Negro, if the master said, we got a good house here, the house Negro said, yeah, we got a good house here. Whenever the master said we, he said we. That's how you can tell a house Negro.
I mean, yo, check the dynamics of this, right? So here it is, quote unquote 2020, and Malcolm Little saying it's back in the 1960s, right? I wasn't there during the time. I didn't take notes on the period of these audios that I was able to locate, right? But I believe, if I recall correctly, and any elder can correct me if I'm wrong, but this was the 1960s, right? Now, hey, so I see you, appreciate you. So here it is. Malcolm Little is talking about these house Negroes, and he just said, if the master's sick, right? Then he said we sick. Look at this COVID-19 situation. Yo, we didn't get full disclosure about the joint for one, right? But two, we got all these random hidden colors. Like, I mean, they had colored people we never seen before pop up on TV. Then there was some other colored people. We don't know these people's backgrounds. We don't know their nations. We don't know their genealogy. We don't know nothing about these people other than they're on TV. They're entertainers. They're actors. They're rappers. They're whatever so-called celebrities they have been given. Pretty much, they are contractors. Bottom line, they're contractors, right? So hold on. They got these random contractors, some colored folk, some Negroes talking about taking a vaccine. But they're not talking about, what is it, the CDC saying that, yeah, any death during this period, right, is supposed to be associated to a COVID-19 death, right? Not saying nothing about that. They're just talking about, yeah, wear your mask, do this, do that. Because if master's sick, we sick, right? Nah, I ain't got no master. Let's run that back, though.
The house Negro, if the master said we got a good house here, the house Negro say, yeah, we got a good house here. Whenever the master said we, he said we. That's how you can tell a house Negro.
And notice that a lot of these Negroes, these hidden colors, they always want to make blanket statements, man. They disregard, they completely disregard the background, the true ethnicity, the ancestry, the legacy of our people. They're just making a whole blanket, just throwing a dusty blanket over all of us, saying it black, 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 right? And we're supposed to listen to them, right? But this is what they're really about, though.
If the master's house caught on fire, the house Negro would fight harder to put the blaze out than the master would. If the master got sick, the house Negro would say, what's the matter, boss? We sick.
We sick. All right, I'm gonna continue. I mean, I'm sure everybody gets the point, right? We've all seen what happened this year. We've seen what happened in past years. But now we're dealing with this corporate 2021 coming right now, right? It's gonna be here real soon. What are we really gonna see here? Because we have a duty to manifest what we want to see, not what they have scripted to be seen. Straight like that.
He identified himself with his master more than his master identified with himself. And if you came to the house Negro and said, let's run away, let's escape, let's separate, that house Negro would look at you and say, man, you crazy. What you mean separate? Where is there a better house than this? Where can I wear better clothes than this? Where can I eat better food than this? That was that house Negro.
I want to pause it right there, right? You know, because you're going to see in this as we get into these documents, right? You know, I got a bunch of documents to show, right? I'm going to show y'all something, right? Where can I live better, eat better, have better, pretty much, right? Only an exile, only a deprived, an individual or a group that does not have purpose in life, right? You have to be all types of deprived and degenerative, right? Regressive in nature to actually believe these type of things here that Malcolm Little's describing. And he's describing this over 60 years, about 60 plus years ago, right? So if it was relevant then, and we know it's relevant today, when is this no longer going to be relevant? Because in my opinion, we have to make sure that all of this nonsense moving forward will not be relevant, distracting, and disruptive to our natural duties and our natural authority. Because that's what's been going on. Let's continue though.
In those days, he was called a house nigger. And that's what we call him today, because we still got some house niggers running around here. This modern house Negro loves his master. He wants to live near him. He'll pay 3 times as much as the house is worth just to live near his master. And then brag about, I'm the only Negro out here.
Yo, question. How many of y'all have seen that? What Malcolm Little just described right there. How many of y'all have observed that within your experience? People so proud, Negroes so proud, so uppity, so careless in regards to what's taking place amongst our people, all the suffering, the misery, the despair, due to the corruption that the foreigners have bred and brought here amongst us. No doubt, Roman Wolf every day, right? And just to think, right? What he said 60 years ago is still present right now. It's crazy, right?
I'm the only one on my job. I'm the only one in this school. You nothing but a house Negro. And if someone come to you right now and say, let's separate, you say the same thing that the house Negro said on the plantation. What you mean separate?
What do you mean separate? Now we're about to get into it, right? Because this is a situation here. As I've been saying repeatedly, right? We haven't been given full disclosure. So it's our duty to provide it for ourselves. And the situation is this, right? So I showed y'all in the last presentation, these quote unquote black people, right? They have a choice here. They have an opportunity here to identify through their genealogy research who they are and what they're going to be about here. Because this blanket of black that has been applied onto us, that pertains to those foreigners. Black is not indigenous to this land unless you're talking about a color. Our ancestors, throughout our American languages, we know our colors. We have colors in the Choctaw language, Muskogee, the Aniuwaya, Salagi language, etc., the Algonquin language. The color black is available to be known. But to identify, our ancestors did not identify themselves as black. They did not do that. The foreigners, when they initially arrived here, they did not identify us as a blanket of black. You have various foreigners, India, pertaining to an American man, an American woman. American, as y'all seen in the 1828 definition of American, that pertained to our people, right? Certainly, the foreigners, they had confusion going on in their head because they got so much of a background dealing with the Moors, those Africans, etc. They have an extensive background dealing with them. So they like, they look like them Moors. They look like those Negroes. So hence they said Negro de terra to distinguish us from the Negro de Guinea, because Guinea pertains to quote unquote Africa, right? And once again, we didn't get full disclosure about this. Our daughters and sons from multiple generations attending these foreign education systems and what have you, right? Well, he didn't tell us. They didn't tell us about this, right? And real talk, we can't expect them to. That's asking for too much. I'm not with dependency, right? So yeah, we done with that video. Open the Google Drive right there. Let's get out of there. Let's see here. Yeah, we done with that video also. Yeah, so I'm just going to jump to where we concluded the other day, right? Going to jump to it, page 99 of this, right? Says blatantly here, England had failed to do so in her colonies and had not integrated the native populations into the commercial and political infrastructure. But where are we today, though? We've been integrated, right? Into the commercial and political infrastructure, but under foreign reclassification, languages and all of this. Back in time, right, what was going on? You had those people from Hindustan, Bharat. That's where they're from. They was called Hindus and all types of other names. They wasn't known as Indians, but our people were. Still on to this day. Unfortunately, we have to claim it. But anyway, let's continue. Rather, Britons had developed an ideology of excluding natives and relying completely on themselves, both as producers and consumers. Basically, right, during the initial periods of colonization, we were independent. We were hunting. We was engaged in agriculture. We still was trading. They was adapting to everything they saw us doing. We was teaching them what we were doing. Hence, this goes into the integration. And meanwhile, the foreigners, they were producing and consuming what they were producing. They was engaged in trade amongst themselves. We were trading with them as well, etc. Brandon Rogers, I see you. How you doing? Continuing, they say here, they had failed to create markets among the native populations. It was premature. It was premature for them to create a market. They're new to us. We didn't really need anything from them. Our ancestors didn't need a Walmart. We didn't need it. We were self-sufficient. We were engaged actively in self-determination, right? And we're going to keep that self-determination word close by. We're going to keep that statement close by. We're going to show something down throughout this presentation. But anyway, let's continue. Although the natives offered an ocean of commerce, we see what it is in these recent years since assimilation and integration. We see what has happened. All we got to do is take a look at these quote unquote African American, quote unquote Black consumer data reports. That's all we have to do is take a look at those statistics. And it shows an ocean of commerce. I've shown per state, per major city, where our people populate, right? We're outscoring all the foreigners by billions of dollars every year. Now, I don't know what it looked like for 2020, but the 2019, the 2018, 17, 16, 15, 14, going back, consumer data reports, we have been the #1 consumers, hence the ocean of commerce that would reward both exploration and exploitation. These consumer data reports, they reveal how we are being exploited. Every time we do something new, it is being explored so it can be exploited. We see it throughout foreign media. We see it. So we have that right there, right? Now, I want to locate another piece of text here. This is towards the beginning, right? Matter of fact, it's 2 pieces of text I want to show for emphasis, all right? Because this is really what it's all about. We're going to get into these more. We're going to get back into these more. Definitely going to do that, you know? Because for real, I don't appreciate foreigners claiming our identity. I don't appreciate identity theft. I don't. So these foreigners wasn't putting in work with our ancestors to prevent all the madness we're experiencing right now. They wasn't doing it for us. All right? But here we go, though. The North American Indian, on the contrary, prefers banishment, even death, to slavery. But his lands are serviceable to us. Therefore, his extinction, right, seems to be desired. Okay? Shown this before. I showed it the other night. That's what we're dealing with here right now. Our lands are serviceable to the foreigners, but the foreigners don't want us here. They don't want us on our land. So they write us out of history. They just call our American people Black. Call them Black. You get blacked out of history. The Moors didn't assist with preventing that from happening. They didn't do that. No foreigner prevented our people from being reclassified. No foreigner prevented our people from being colonized. None of them. Prove me wrong. Not even me. Prove these authors, such as President James Buchanan, whose text I'm reading from right now. Prove this author from 1824 wrong. Prove him wrong. Let's continue though. Says here, in a few ages, perhaps a few years, these sons of Edom will be so far removed from the reach or eye of any but those engaged in the work of destruction. That means those that want to destroy us, they see us. They know who we are. And they are working to destroy us. They're engaged in the work of destruction. And they're financed. That's work. To go to war with us is work. It's contract work, right? And it continues saying that no trace will be left to posterity. That means our descendants, our daughters and sons. No trace will be left to our daughters and sons of the wrongs. Like right now, from 1824 to 2020, we're not supposed to be aware that this has happened to us. But yet it's still we are, right? We are aware, right? We are the descendants. We are the posterity of our ancestors, right? But what about our posterity that they want to vaccinate? They want to corrupt our genetics. This vaccination is just one way to corrupt our genetics. The miscegenation. Remember, there was anti-miscegenation laws. I mentioned that the other day. They are promoting, they have invested in the advertising, the marketing, promotion of miscegenation. Bleaching our population, blancamiento. As Chief Two Hawks, or pardon me, that was Chief Terregua and Chief Guanibo, they informed me of that a couple years back on a presentation. I was like, whoa, what's that word? He was like, blancamiento. Blancamiento, hold up, let me look that up. How you spell that? Blanco miento. Looked at it, I'm like, oh, that's crazy. And they put it in movies. Braveheart, they said blancamiento in. They said blanquemiento. That's the French form of blanco miento, meaning the bleach of population. But this is what's happening in America. You've had these hidden colors, right? That's promoting the bleaching of our populations. They're contracted to encourage, to hypnotize our people and to believe in everybody mixed. Whoa, hold on. That's disrespectful to our people, man. Everybody did not mix. That's a really, really serious claim to say that everybody mixed. Let's continue. That no trace will be left to posterity, to our daughters and sons, of the wrongs which have been perpetrated against the aborigines of the great American continent. That's us, and this is our continent. We are the Americans. And this is our continent. And this continent has to be secured. There's a website called hoodsite.com, right? On this website, you can see what's going on across the world, right? Straight horror stories throughout the whole website. All it shows is horror stories, right? And what you'll see on there is down in Venezuela, El Salvador, Guatemala, Brazil, damn near everywhere in the Americas, including right here in North America, they're showing extreme violence. I'm talking about straight mutilation, straight torture, straight murders. They show it on his website. I would encourage y'all to go check it out. I might do a live on it one day, right? But I would encourage y'all to check out hoodsite.com and just find a video and read the comments. If you want to know the mind of the foreigner, read the comments. Reading is fundamental, right? So we got that part right there, right? And so, it appears that, a lot of people, due to the foreign scheme that we're about to get into in a hot minute, right? That so many of our American people have been hypnotized. They're under heavy hypnosis. They believe that they are Christians and Moors, right? Check it out, right? The foreigners have converted our people into Christians, Moors, Jews, and Gentiles. Oh, let me type that in for you. RP, I see you. There I go right there. Blanqueamiento. You also have it spelled blanco, like Spanish for white, blanco. Blanco miento. If you just simply were to do a Google Translate on it, right, you will see exactly what it translates to. Over the years, I've seen that it's become pretty difficult to locate text on it, but I do have it in some old books. I'm gonna have to locate those old books. I got a massive like directory of old texts. But anyway, well, the Christians, Moors, and Jews, Gentiles, right? This is a letter King Ferdinand wrote to the Taino Arawak Indians, right? He's writing to American Indians, Aboriginals, indigenous people that don't know nothing about Christians, Moors, Jews, and Gentiles. Because if they did, right, they wouldn't be saying here, rule all people. They're telling our ancestors, basically, that we rule all these other people and we're coming to rule you too. Why would you write a letter to Indians if you believe that they're Moors, right? And then at the same time, we're talking about 1493, Moors in many places have already been converted into Christianity, though we're called Moriscos, right? Let's continue though. Now we're going to get into something kind of funky right here because, you know, we got people that actually claim that Moors are indigenous to America. Hidden coloreds are claiming to be indigenous, aboriginal, autochthonous to the Americas. So this is a book I showed the other day, Blacks of the Land. I would encourage you to pick up this book. This is page 136 of this book. It says right here, the Jesuits also use religious rhetoric in attempting to guarantee their exclusive access to the Indians of the interior, lamenting that the Sertão that they call Patos, when you look up Sertão and Patos, you see that's Brazil, is open to every Moor, Jew, black and white, tall and short, who wishes to go there to attack and conquer and capture the Indians to later sell them where and to whom they please. It's in black and white, old text, many books. I sought and I found. I suspected before I sought and I found. And I share. Because we need full disclosure. How did we get here? What happened? Well, this is what happened. Continuing with the same text right here, because we're about to get into it. This is just a really long introduction, if you will, right? This is just a really long introduction. Pardon that, right? But I gotta set the preface for what's coming. So check it. It says right here. The Vatican, however, was more decisive, right? Pressuring the settlers, that's the colonists, with the publication of the papal brief of December 3rd, 1639, which essentially upheld the bull of 1537 that had proclaimed the liberty of the Indians of the Americas. Let me go ahead and take y'all to 1537 since we in the 1600s. Let's just go back to 1537 real quick. We're going to go to the papal bull sublimis deus right here, 1537. It says here, The said Indians and all other people who may later be discovered by the Christians are by no means to be deprived of their liberty or the possession of their property, even though they be outside the faith of Jesus, and that they may and should freely and legitimately enjoy their liberty and the possession of their property, nor should they be in any way enslaved. Should the contrary happen, it shall be null and have no effect. Question: who told our ancestors that? From 1537 to, let's say, the 1600s, I have there's some text from 1640s going into the 1800s where it is documented, right? Legislative state records where it shows that our American people who were being classified as Negroes had to go to court because Negro was synonymous with slave. It still is technically. Black means Negro. Moor means Negro. I'll show that again in a moment. But if we have Moors, like we just read, coming to the Americas with Columbus, right? Coming with De Soto, coming with Cortez, coming with Verrazano, coming with Balboa, coming with John Cabot, coming with all these quote-unquote explorers that have come here to exploit us in our land, right? Bringing warfare to our ancestors, warfare to our people, right? Would they tell us something about the fact that we're not supposed to be by no means deprived of our liberty or the possession of our properties? Ponce de Leon, that's right, Roman Wolf, yep. Did anyone, any of these groups, any of these hidden colors, did any of them come in and say, like, hey, nah, yo, you can't enslave them. You can't enslave them. Oh, you enslaved them? I bet. Yo, check it out. Let them go. Nah, that happened later. And guess what? Our people had to go to court and testify. A foreigner could be like, hey, that's my Negro slave right there. Give me them. All of them. Like a whole group of our American people minding their business. Just say, them Negroes over there, they're my property. And our people don't speak English the way the Moors do. The Moors, they spoke English because they got shipped here from Europe. They spoke French. They spoke all of these foreign languages because this is where they came from. Our people, well, we had a learning curve. We didn't know what the hell they was talking about. We wasn't given full disclosure, bottom line. Let me just add a little bit of emphasis to that one more time, all right? That the Sertao that they call Patos is open to every Moor, Jew, black and white, tall and short, who wishes to go there, that means here, to attack and conquer and capture the Indians, to later sell them where and to whom they please. The text continues saying here, were it not for the Jesuits, they argued. So the Jesuits was arguing, right? They're trying to make a claim to our people, right? Like, whoa, nah, those are our slaves. Like, you know, we're the best. We're the best ones to take care of these slaves, right? The Jesuits included was ignoring the sublimis Deus of 1537. They also, that's what I mean by conspiracy, right? But it says here, were it not for the Jesuits, they argue the Indians would be left in the mouth of the devil and in the claws of the whites. So, whoa. Isn't that an interesting statement there, right? The mouth of the devil and in the claws of the whites. Yo, let me do this real quick. I want to show y'all something. Some of y'all might have seen this year. I'm gonna pull up the Instagram on my phone real quick so I can email it over here, right? I want to show y'all something real serious. So some people, they shared this earlier this year, right? These law enforcement badges that shows an image of a pale-skinned angel, right? It's a pale-skinned angel. And there is a brown-skinned, melanated devil, right? It's on law enforcement badges, for real. Apparently, some kind of political figure down in Jamaica, he was given a medal. He was given a medal, like some kind of medal of prestige or something like that, right? That had this depiction on it. I'm gonna try to locate this. Here we go, right here. Let me go and send this over right now. Give me one moment here. Share to. Yeah, we'll go ahead and email that. Bang, email. Come on. Yeah, we're gonna get into it. This is madness. This is madness right here. Much appreciation to the good researchers on Instagram and all of that. Facebook, Instagram, throughout social media. Got a lot of good people on there that they do their thing with the info. They do their thing with it. Here we go. Here we go. Now check this out. I need y'all to see this. Now look. It says Jamaicans now go out. No, hold on. Jamaicans now finding out that the governor general wears a badge that depicts a white angel stomping / triumphing over evil, which is depicted as a black man. That's what this is a meme somebody made, right? So we're going to zoom in on it. We're going to zoom in on this. Do y'all see it? They actually took the time. Whoever designed this, and apparently this is very old. I did some research on it when I first saw this, but I mean, just look at this. This is designed, and this is old, and this was given to this guy. You see it right? I believe you see. Is that it right there? Yep, it's right there. He's wearing it, and he's the governor general. So hold on, let's go back to this text real quick. In the mouth of the devil and in the claws of the white. So hold on. I mean, I don't see any claws on the whites, but they're speaking figuratively, what they call metaphorically and all of that, right? In this text. The claws generally speaking in the hands, but claws is something in which an animal has, right? But now the devil signifies the Moors who are the Caucasian, the pale skins arch enemy, the arch nemesis, right? And I'll say certain breeds of the pale skins, certain breeds of them, they view the Moors as the devils. That's why in old text you'll see text like the black devils. Matter of fact, I can show you right here. Yeah, matter of fact, let's do that. Let me run a search though in this text so I can get straight to it. Joseph. Here we go. So yeah, if you all downloaded the PDF, right, you'll see this on page 97. All right. Well, it says here, similarly, English colonists and adventurers interchange discourses and prejudices as they crisscross between the Muslims in the Mediterranean and the Indians in America, drawing on their eschatological and military fears of the Turks and Moors, and on the writings of anti-Muslim and anti-Indian Spaniards. So basically the foreigners, particularly the Spanish, They was against our American people. We just read the Jesuits. They're like, whoa, like, yo, yeah, you all can do what you will with the Indians. Attack them, capture them, conquer them, enslave them, sell them to whoever. We don't care. Right? English colonists applied the imagery they had designated for the Muslims on the Indians. In the same way that the Mohammedans were beasts, wild, and bloody and cruel, the Indians became doleful creatures, the various ruins of mankind, the devil worshippers, and flying serpents. Now check it out. The flying serpents, right? Let's go back to this image here. What do you see here? You see what appears to be reptilian wings in association to this this melanated, this brown skin individual. The Caucasian or pale skin here has feather wings versus reptilian wings. Hence the devil, right? Flying serpents. This is how they depicted our people. Due to them creating propaganda to embed in the mind, infuse in the mind of their people who they wanted to go to war with us. They wanted to view us as though we were pure enemy. That's it, we're enemy. The various ruins of mankind. But when we read the Papal Bull Sublimis Deus, right, 1537, it says blatantly in there, the Indians are men. It is forbidden to enslave them. It says it. Let's continue though. It is significant that Thomas Brightman, 1562 through 1607, one of the two most influential eschatologists in 17th century Britain, denounced the Muslims and threatened them with divine destruction. This is the mind of them people, right? Divine destruction. But since he was writing before the English colonial venture into America had taken shape, he made no mention of the Indians. In the writings of Joseph Mead, 1586 to 1638, however, the other influential eschatologists, the Indians were depicted as worshippers of the devil. Worshippers of the devil, who, like the Muslims, that's the Moors, would lead a satanic attack on Christendom, but would ultimately be defeated. Full disclosure. Full disclosure. They didn't give it to us. We had to find it for ourselves so we can know what's going on out here, right? Beginning in the 1630s, when Mead's writings were published, therefore, the Indians were joined to the Muslims as enemies of Christ and categorized as infidels and heathens, exactly as the Muslims had been categorized for centuries. I would encourage you all to get this book also. I'm reading from page 130 of Holy Land, Holy War. Let me go to tell you the name of the book too. I have it over here. Give me one moment. Oh man, that's crazy. Hold up. Design. I believe the name of the text is Turks and Moors in the Age of Discovery. I believe that's what it's called. Let me confirm. He's a very good text, though. Very good book. The author, he's a guy from over there in Persia somewhere, by the way. You know, came across his text some years ago. Yep, that's what it's called. Turks, Moors, and Englishmen in the Age of Discovery. Very serious text there. We have another text. It's titled Turks, Moors, and Moriscos in Early America. I'll share that one another day. That text is very interesting. But also, how about this, right? Let me share this one. I want to show y'all something. Let me find this text. I'll show y'all something very interesting here. Where we at? Because, you know, it's just very unfortunate that, you know, we got these people claiming to be our people while not telling us that we are distinct from them, right? They don't want to tell us that we're not them. They don't want to tell us that we're not the same, right? I'm going to show this text right here in a hot minute. I shared this the other night, but I'm bringing this to a point, though. And it's going to be a serious point that we're going to get into here. Very serious here. One moment. I'm almost there. Where we at? Ready. Cults, religion. Yeah. Oh, what the hell? Pardon, yeah, I got so many folders and I am exhausted for real, but it's all good. I'm gonna get y'all this good info. Just so it could be on the record for real, for real. This needs to be on the record. You know, we know what time it is. You know, our people is not to be played with. You know, some days is over. I would do you to bring those days to an end. I'm gonna pull up this text right here. Found this on a website titled Muslims in America. Has a good story in here. All right. Now, just gonna fast forward a little bit. Oh, check it. Muslim family from Ghana. Look. We additionally find in American history a descendant of a Muslim family from Ghana named Paul Cuffey, who was the first African American to petition the ruling powers in 1815 to free every slave and to allow every colored man, the hidden coloreds, during or desiring to leave America, the freedom to do so. Okay? This is Islamic people. These are Moors who are writing about their experiences. Okay. Now, where are we at? There's a lot of propaganda in this text also. You know, unverifiable sources, because, you know, one thing about these foreigners, like I said, they engage in identity theft. We're talking about military science here. We're talking about people who have no problem engaging in fraud, no problem engaging in forgery. They have no problem lying. They have no problem with these things. They have no problem doing these things. When this text, it talks about Estevanico. I'm not going to get in Estevanico right now, but it was an interesting story with that guy. What I want to do is I want to show this right here. In the 1550s, Nazir Radim, the Egyptian, settled near the Hudson River in the Catskills region of upstate New York. He was called Prince Nasir Radim. He fell in love with the Native American princess named Latwana, who married someone else of her choice and tribe. The report has it that he poisoned Latwana on her wedding night by giving a gift with a poisonous snake inside. The warriors of the Mohawk tribe captured him and burned Nazir Radim at the stake. Now, I want to find this other text also. It's a very interesting situation here. Very interesting situation. Same story, right? But it goes into a little more detail because it's saying that he fell in love, right? It said in that one that he fell in love, but in truth, this was a bet. This was a whole bet on the life of one of our American mothers and daughters. Her name was Latwana, so the text says, right? Latwana, it said. Hold on, let me find this text here. Gotta find this text. Oh, that's right. I put it in that PDF. I'll be making so many PDFs, you know, so I can keep everything real clean and smooth, right? Here goes right here. Now, this is from something called Moorish Orthodox Information Kiosk, a small library for the greater Moorish community. It's on their website, not mine. I didn't write this. Now look, early Muslim settlers, 1500 through 1850, right? They have a nice little list here. But once again, I'm going to focus on this Nazir Radim, an Egyptian in the Catskills in the 16th century. So continuing, just like the last story, an Egyptian named Nazir Radim settled near the Hudson River in the Catskills region of upstate New York in the later part of the 16th century. He claimed royal lineage. He claims royal lineage, right? And was called Prince Nazir Radim by friends and associates. Was he really a prince? I looked him up. I couldn't find him. Couldn't find him. Maybe somebody else could find him. But I got trust issues due to colonization. These foreigners ain't trustworthy. They haven't proven to be trustworthy, right? Lack of full disclosure kind of does that to you, right? Anyway, he met his fate when he made a bet with the Dutchman. He made a bet with a Dutchman. Gambling was, of course, against Islam, but the nature of the bet was one he felt he had to undertake. Check it out. The Dutchman wagered him 1,000 pieces of crown gold that he couldn't win the heart of a beautiful Native American princess named Latwana. Nazir Radim succeeded in befriending not Latwana's father, the Mohawk chief, Sir Duncan. Sir Duncan, right? However, he failed to make headway with the princess. Subsequently, she became engaged to a brave of her tribe of her own choice. Nazir Radim was smitten with love for the princess. So hold on, let me get this right real quick. You made a bet with a Dutchman that you could win the heart of an American woman. He made a bet with a Dutchman that he can win the heart of an American woman who was a princess of the Mohawk. She's the daughter of a chief. And don't say that the Mohawk is a Moor. So Moors, calm down out there. Calm down. Do some research. Reading is fundamental, as well as comprehension skills. Listen. Nazir Radim, due to a bet, was smitten with love. Due to a bet, he was smitten with love. How does that sound? Smitten with love for the princess and vowed revenge. He poisoned Latwana on her wedding night by giving her a gift. Giving her a gift with a poisonous snake hidden inside. After the princess was bitten, the warriors of the Mohawk tribe captured Nazir Radim and burned him at the stake. I'm done with that. Full disclosure, right? They're not going to give it to us. Just like this. Just like early today, right? A couple hours ago, matter of fact, some guy appearing to be a Moor, he commented on one of our posts, right? Where I blatantly said Africans, blacks, Moors, Negroes are not indigenous to America. They're not Aboriginal. I said that blatantly, clearly. I've been saying this for years. Now check it. You know, these Moors always want to talk about this treaty of peace and friendship with the United States and Morocco, etc., right? That's fine. That's fine that you have that treaty. But how about this? Hey, Moors, do y'all know about this one right here, though? Let me show y'all something. I want to show y'all something here, because this right here is pure conspiracy. Okay? Pure conspiracy right here. We're almost there. We are almost there. Give me one moment here. At a time when Monsieur, Sir, was dictating conditions to Queen Elizabeth, audiences would have been gratified by Haywood's theatrical reversal that showed the Moroccan ruler doting on English best and obeying her every wish and whim. The westward venture of ambitious but initially unsuccessful Britons toward North America contrasted sharply with the prosperous venture into the single most enticing region for trade, travel, and inquiry in the early modern period, the Islamic Mediterranean. Okay? Now listen here. If North America was for colonization, North Africa and the Levant were for trade, cultural exchange, political alliance, and military cooperation. Okay? What this text goes into right here, I'm gonna read you this real clearly too. A little bit of background. Well, basically, you have this guy right here, Al-Mansur. Okay? He's like a sultan of Morocco. Oh, you said read that again? If North America was for the colonization, if North America was for colonization, North Africa and the Levant were for trade, cultural exchange, political alliance, and military cooperation. You understand? They wanted to colonize here and trade over there. Just like how we read earlier about how attack, capture, conquer, sell the Indians. Well, this is what they do. This is what they were doing amongst themselves long before they came in contact with our American people. Long before they came in contact with us. So when we're seeing here the colonization of America for exploration and exploitation, right? Well, that's what they're going to do. They're going to trade and engage in cultural exchange, political alliance, and military cooperation. That's what we see going on today. And this is a reference to 1607. This is the 1600s period right here, the early 1600s period, the Elizabethan era. Okay. Now, hold on. Let me locate this particular text, though, right? Because I want to show y'all this very, very clearly here. Here it is. Al-Mansur. Let me just read you all of this. I'm gonna read it all to you again, right? I did it the other night, but I'm gonna do it again. During the visit of the Moroccan ambassador to London in 1600, Al-Mansur secretly proposed to Elizabeth a joint venture, a joint operation to seize the Spanish possessions in the Americas. But Elizabeth seemed diffident about building an extensive overseas empire, since she was in need of well-trained troops to assist her against Spain. She tried, quite underhandedly, to still his elite force of Morisco warriors. That means Moors that were converted into Christianity. That's a Morisco. By enticing them to come to England and serve on her fleet. Al-Mansur, however, wanted to expand his kingdom, and in a letter of the 1st of May, 1601, stated that he would underwrite a joint military venture with her only if the goal was not just to fight Spain, but also to colonize the New World. That's America. Al-Mansur wanted assurances that, having defeated the Spaniards, Moroccans would populate the land to the exclusion of the English. In a moment of imprudent exuberance, Al-Mansur outlined his vision that Islam would prevail in the Americas and the Mahdi would be proclaimed from the two sides of the ocean. To ensure cooperation, Al-Mansur informed Elizabeth that such a venture would bring her vast benefits that would help her launch her own imperial venture. It says here, and your high estate shall know that in the inhabiting of those countries by us and you shall have a great benefit. First that those countries of the east are adjoining to many kings Moors. So hold on, it says here, countries of the east are adjoining to many kings, Moors, and infinite nations of our religion. And further, if your power and command shall be seen there with our army, all the Moors will join and confederate themselves by the help of God with us and you. We're talking about colonization here. We are talking about colonization. Yo, I'm ready to continue, but check it out though, right? I kind of want to open up the line to see if anybody would like to discuss what's being shared here. Hey, no, you want to jump on? Who would like to share their thoughts on this? I need to locate the text again that I got this from because I have an entire directory of old text and I extracted a lot of books, extracted pages from a lot of books within the past month so that I can provide full disclosure so that we can have it. We need it. Let me take it from right here though. Although Al-Mansur never succeeded in his design of conquering Spain a year after the attack on Cadiz, a reporter in Brussels still feared that the English would equip 200,000 Moors from Barbary to descend upon Spain. Later that year, an anonymous memo addressed to Secretary of State Sir Robert Cecil expressed the hope that the King of Morocco would send some of his Moors to burn and spoil the Spaniards' corn, adjoining to their forts and garrisons in Barbary. Yo, this has nothing to do with us here in America. Besides the fact that these foreigners have conspired once again to colonize, annihilate, exterminate, and to make our people extinct. This is in black and white. So when we have let's just say within the past 100 years, let's say 1920 to 2020, right? We've had all these hidden colors, right? These people that have posed generation after generation to our past youth who became elders, to our current youth who, if we leave it up to them, will not make it to become elders, right? They have been involved in every social, engineered conflict, every single one of them. We think about these different riots that have happened, right? Prior to these riots, what was going on? Our ancestors were actually going to war. Situations like the Stono Rebellion, where our American people were going on rescue missions because these foreigners was engaged in the kidnapping and the enslavement of our American people because this was their plan. from the jump. They saw an opportunity to explore and conquer. What they say? Veni, Vedi, Vecchi or some shit like that? Veni, Vedi, Vecchi? I came, I saw, I conquered. The Italian said that, right? But we're talking about an entire multinational conspiracy here, including, as we see here, the king of Morocco would send some of his Moors to burn and spoil the Spaniards. They wanted the Spanish colonies here in America. I'm going to read a little bit more here. Thomas Haywood confirmed how Florentine and other Italian merchants recognized the credit and turned to English best, as in reality turned to Elizabeth for help with the Moroccan ruler. There was wide recognition of the power and wealth of the Moors, into which England had managed to tap. Haywood presents an English virgin, suitably named Elizabeth, arriving in Morocco, enchanting the Moroccan ruler, and then staying with her sweetheart Spencer in the kingdom. The couple are married in Fez. They are married in Fez. Sounds like a place in Morocco, right? The couple are married in Fez by an English cleric whom Bess had saved from death for his audacity in traveling to Morocco to preach Christianity. They was going to kill him for going to Morocco, preaching Christianity. Those are some dangerous times for Christians, huh? I showed that in my book too, right? Real dangerous times. Dangerous times for those Moroccans, those Moors in certain regions of Europe. And dangerous for Christians going to certain places in Persia, right? Similar to today, right? Because, apparently, the Europeans, they still got a lot of issues with those Moors, man. Like real serious issues with them. Yeah, so there's a situation here, right? In regards to full disclosure, who's going to tell us this? His play was the first to present Moors not drawn from Italian or Spanish sources, as other plays about North Africa did. The plays about the Moors pertain to North Africa during this period. Even the name of the Moorish ruler was derived from actual contemporary current events. Haywood clearly understood. He clearly understood who his queen's potential allies were, and that is Al-Mansur. This is the situation here. Once again, Al-Mansur secretly proposed to Elizabeth a joint operation to seize the Spanish possessions in the Americas. And they wanted this for what? They wanted this for colonization, saying here that Moroccans would populate the land. We have been caught up in, we've been in a crossfire many centuries now. Many centuries now. So when these Moors present their treaty of peace and friendship, right? They present that text. We got to look at it with a little screw face, right? Like, hey, hold on, what that really mean there, guy? What that mean there, more? What does that really mean? Because we're talking about a whole, what year was that treaty again? What was that? 87, I think it was. Something like that. We're talking about a whole nearly 200-year time difference from the setting of this particular conspiracy between a former Queen Elizabeth in 1601 and this Moroccan king, Al Mansur. I mean, yo, what do y'all think about that? Like, word, what do y'all think about that? That's right. That's right, Noya. That did not work. Now the scheme is we are all the same people. We're all humans. Whoa, but human means monster. Messy Jesse, TD Snakes, Farrakhan, Al Sharpton, and countless hidden colors have helped in the oppression and demise of the American Indians. That is correct. They've assisted with identity theft. Yo, what we're about to get into next, because I need to blow smoke. Like, you know, I need to blow some smoke real quick. Hey, Noya, you going to jump on? What's up? Hey, Zoe, you want to jump on? What's up? I'm trying to get some feedback here. You want me to drop the link, huh? Okay. I texted to you already, though. Because I don't need no random people. Yo, real talk. Because I'm about to step outside and blow smoke. Yo, somebody jump on a line talking some madness. You know what I mean? I really ain't going to be happy about that. Not in the mood for no dumb shit. You feel me? The link's right there. I just put it in there. Is y'all able to click on it? Oh, my bad. I'm not an admin on here. Yo, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to shoot it in the text. No, you already texted to you. Hold up. Yeah, Zoe, I'm about to shoot it to you now, man. Hold on 1 second. God damn, there's too many messages here. Shit. There we go. Yeah, I just shot the text right now. You know? Let's have a discussion. Hold on, yeah. Yo. Oh, okay, bet. I'm about to text to you right now, yo. Hold on. I'm about to text to you. Nah, because I'm not admin. I'm not admin on this because I'm watching on YouTube right now while I'm doing it. Yeah, hold on. I'm about to text it to you. My apologies, yeah. But yeah, this is a situation though. This is what we're dealing with here. This is a situation here. I mean, in reading this text, you know, providing ourselves with full disclosure, right? I'm just saying, right? Like, I would like to know the thoughts of my American Indian peoples about all of this. Because, you know, I was a little like, what the? I was like, yo, seriously? I was like, what? This was really, really going on here? I mean, seriously, this was really going on here, right? Yo, we have some serious situations on the table right now. The stakes is real high. Like I was saying initially, when this presentation began, hey, Zo, I see you. Oh, Zo, okay, bet you. Yeah, you can unmute yourself whenever you're ready. But yeah, you know, as I was saying initially in the presentation, right? It's very interesting how this year with this vaccine that they've been preparing for quite some time, right? They've advertised to all the Negroes of the Americas, right? All these black people that you're the most contagious, you're the most susceptible to die from COVID-19. Hey, yo, I'm saying, right? Our people are real healthy, man. We are on our land. We have strong immune systems. As long as we eat right, all we need to do is restore our relationship with our nature. That's what we need. Hey, Zoe, you here? I see you. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Oh, see, I'm still new to this. Zoe, my apologies.
Yeah, I'm sitting there yelling like, "Yo, be on backstage, be turn me on, yo."
Where
Hey,
are you
man.
going up?
Man, just chilling, man. You know what I'm saying? Just dwelling in the essence, man, enjoying all the negative energy that they putting out for their celebration and they ritual. I'm enjoying the negative because they believe it's positive, thinking it's a New Year's. I'm enjoying it because it's not. So give me that energy.
Yo, it's madness right now. So hold on, we got Taregua here. Hold up. Yo, Chief Taregua, how you doing?
Peace, peace, peace to everyone in the family. Over here on the live. Peace to you, Tomahawk Tony. Peace to everyone listening all over the country, all over the world, right now on quote New Year's Eve of this Gregorian calendar, 2020. New Year's Eve 2020 leading to 2021. Home, on my tune, peace, appreciation.
Yeah, man. I wanna dive straight into it, man. I'm a motherfucker. I'm Wolf God, man. I'll be playing around, Tone, man. You know what I'm saying? If you ready to get goddamn on top of some shit and start opening up the goddamn
Yeah, my apologies. Yo, I'm trying to get my other thing on so I can step on the balcony real quick.
Yeah, I see you crossing over.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, keep talking though.
But no, okay, so this is my situation, man. Like I've been trying to explain, you like this American Moorish science, science, which is a teaching, it contradicts too much. It it influenced our people in the misconception, and it poisons the truth that sits around our people. You know what I'm saying? And then me, I'm like most people know me. They know that I do this. I'm a carpenter. I build. I motherfucking work on houses all day. That's just in my blood, right? So I, be sitting back talking to the Moors, believers. None of them do construction type work. Y'all claim y'all the builders, but yet y'all claim y'all the kings of the sea. And I'm thinking in my mind, like, I don't know one motherfucker that lives on the boat that know how to build a castle. So it just, it's contradictory to me that they claim everything to exist. They claim to build pyramids, they the mound builders, they this, but yet y'all living on the ocean and going from, coast to coast, war with motherfuckers, but y'all supposed to be everybody else too at the same time. I mean, it doesn't resonate correct.
So hold on. Let me get this right. Yo, I'm at war with you, and I am you. What's that sound like? The war within or something?
That's a war tactic.
All day it is.
That's a psychological operation. Like that's a psychological maneuver. Exactly.
Absolutely, it is.
One thing I'll say about this topic and the need for it is that these are foreign ideologies, man, and foreign ideologies are the actual war, the actual conflict that's happening in terms of warfare you know, in a militarized conflict is more than anything else ideas. Who's gonna dominate the idea space?
Yeah.
Who's gonna dominate the commercial space based on ideas? And so, like, it's War 101. It's always been War 101. And if we can trace its direct lineage to being external to our tribal histories, the histories of our grandmothers, grandfathers, tribes, bands, and clans, our Arakawel, then it's all foreign ideology. And it
Right.
ain't of us. And we have no business playing with it because it ain't a game. That's what it turns into. A war of values, a war that validates someone's belief that they're superior, like in that situation with Latswana. How can anyone take a stance like that unless they think that they're superior to that quote princess that he was supposedly in love with, where he decided to just destroy her, whatever. Like it's a idea set that preaches separation and superiority, and that's what comes with colonization, so that we can arrange ourselves according to the new idea of separation and superiority in alignment with subjugation and foreign power. Who's the best? That's what it's all about. So you look at the religion, it's always based around being a good slave. Like that's Christianity 101. Being a slave. No, it does. I mean, what's the necessity of slavery, of being a slave? Why that use of that idea in the ethos and in the whole proposition of value, meaning of it? Why is that the meaning of it? Like, well, because it's a war ideology, a war tactic, and we still under the war tactic. Ain't nothing changed.
Yo, you
Well, we
absolutely
have
right.
in order to have in order to have standing, in order to have position, it's going to end up being war, no matter what, if it's through document or if it's physical. You know what I'm saying? And over 90% of our copper colored people ain't prepared for, you know what I'm saying, the standing position to not let alone fight the war, but be in position after the war, and the gunpowder spray and all that shit is dead. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is if we can insert ourselves into a paradigm of having a train of thought on the same pattern. Once you control the mind, the body follows. And that's the tactic, that's the war tactic they using on us, and our people are not paying attention enough. So it's controlling the mind to control the body. Once you control the mind, that's why every man, once they try to hit on the chick, they're going straight for her brain. They're not finna talk to her about her physical body and shape and her fingernails and her eyelashes. No, they're going straight for the brain to control the mind. Once they control the mind, they can get the body. So it's where we gotta break that matrix, or that, what you would say, you was just using the word war tactic. That's their war tactic. We gotta break their war tactic and enlighten our people that pay attention to what you see and pay attention to what you're watching. All of this TV news, all of this stuff, it's all a gimmick and it's a game. GAME. And that's a new war tactic itself. That's why when the more that people are getting away from TVs, people are starting to see that TVs are going dirt cheap again. Ain't nobody watching them. So they'll sell them dirt cheap to get people back into using TVs the same way we on YouTube now. People will be on YouTube on a big screen. Just like cell phones, they stopped selling cell phones at one point about 2-3 years ago. They was giving cell phones away. You buy one, get one free with a family plan. You seen that commercial, bro?
Peace.
Yeah,
I'm over
that's
on on the
Yeah,
live.
you already know. You see what I'm saying, right?
Also,
Yeah, we will give you. You buy one, we give you one free. Just sign up with a plan, and it, man, that nigga look just like my cousin.
like,
I swear, I got a cousin named Javen, look just like her.
we're on live now. Hey,
Hey,
let me.
hey, Tone.
Yeah, Portland, I had to pull that page back up. Because that's what I wanted to ask, right? That's a question that I asked a moment ago. What are your thoughts on the lack of full disclosure that the foreigners have not provided that has been shown in this text tonight and the other night? And I asked this because, it was last November when we released the first edition of the implications and ramifications of artificial Black identity, legal chronology, the Americas, right? That was first edition. Then early this year, in March, we released the second edition, right? And it has a lot of this information in there. That book goes in extreme detail regarding, it's over 400 pages of pure information, including over 100 pages of color images, including images of our people, right?
Right.
And it defines the
Hey,
tremendous lack of full disclosure. It defines the colonization. It defines the purpose of the warfare and the tactics and the legal, political, economic strategies that was applied against us. So, yeah.
Tone, I want you to pause right there. Keep that bill right there. If you can pull up where your paper is at, if you can pull up Minnesota State Capitol building interior, and then pull up it's the interior. We finna pull up a picture, bro. This is self-defining itself. But we're gonna have that up, and I want you to finish building on what you was building on, why everybody see this, and then we're gonna build on that after you finish with these state capitol.
Well, this is a situation. I'm on a balcony right now blowing smoke, and I just pulled up the page.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm blowing smoke right now. I had to step away from the computer for a minute. I just stepped away because the situation is this, right? I got a lot more to show tonight. The purpose of this video, at the conclusion of this corporate, this artificial 2020 situation going into this coming or the continuing quote unquote year that's approaching, right? I would like for us to go in, our American people to go in aware of what has happened, what is happening, and what we need to make happen. All right. Now, what I'm about to get into next, as soon as I get back in, I'll pull up that Minnesota situation, if you can remind me in a moment. But what we're going to get into next is, as Terega was saying a moment ago, the Christianity, the culture, the matter of fact, not just the culture, but the purpose, the objective of Christianizing our American people. Because, the situation is once an Indian became a Christian, all right, that was an entire process of de-Indianizing. You can literally look up the word de-Indianize.
That's pan-Indian.
Well, pan-Indian, you know what I'm saying? That's basically saying pro-Indian. You see what I'm saying? Just like how they say pan-African, that's pro-African, if you will. But the de-Indianization, that is denationalization. This entails the ethnocide as well as the genocide. They declared war on us on all levels. In King Ferdinand's letter to the Taino Arawak Indians, it blatantly says, "We shall attack you from all sides." Now,
hey man, I'm gonna work on research. I'm gonna investigate all the way to the T of finding the document or that treaty that was allowed by the king as a treaty for that Spanish conquest. The Spanish conquest gave many nations the right to invade this bitch. Portuguese was in with them motherfuckers too. Them Spanish Moors, the Spaniards and the Moors were already living amongst each other for 500 years. So, all of this shit, you're right. They hit this bitch by four corners. You know what I'm saying? And when they hit by four corners, a lot of our people is in different places.
When I initially read the text of King Ferdinand, you know, who was also, that was Ferdinand Borgia. Okay, he was the Borgia Pope. He was the first Spanish Pope. He was the first Pope of Spanish descent. All the previous popes, they were Italians, right? So anyway, and he was known as Pope. He was known as Pope Alexander the Fourth, and I believe also the Sixth. I gotta recall it, but I know definitely he was the fourth, right? You know, he's the one behind the Intercaterra, as well as if I recall, no, it wasn't Dumb the Verses. That was Romanix or something like that. I can't remember the man. It's too many names, man. Anyway, when I read King Ferdinand's letter where he says that we shall attack you from all sides, we shall enslave your wives and sons, right? Now, when I read the attack from all sides, definitely, you know, you could think of geography. But what I thought of is the psychological attacks, the spiritual attacks, not limited to the physical, because what we saw this year, saw this year, and what we've seen in past years, they attack the mind of our people. How I term it is they have, throughout all of these generations and centuries, I mean, we're dealing with social engineering here. Christianizing our American people, right? Stripping us of our natural beliefs, right?
Right.
At least working towards that. And they did a great job. I give them that. Strategically speaking, tactically speaking, they developed the strategy and they worked that. They worked it, right?
And you know what though was crazy about that, what you saying, to polish that up, is it didn't take as long as people could imagine it took. It didn't take 200-300 years. No. No, it didn't take that long.
Well, I mean, this is the situation here, right? We're talking about initial point of contact in the late 15th century, right? We base it on 1492, right? And we base it on 1492, right? Because that's what they've provided. You know, the Papal Bull, the Intercaterra, 1493. So if we look at this forward, right, we have 528 years. Okay, approaching 529 years. 1492, 1493 to 2020, 2021, based on their calendar. Anyway, we had to adapt to them within each moment of interaction. Within each moment of interaction.
The reason I be saying that is because when you going off of a timeline that they gave you, off rip, it's gonna be a lie, because it ain't nothing that they're gonna give you that they were involved in is true. So off rip, the timeline wouldn't be accurate of them being here that long, especially if every major city was a Black Wall Street. See, listen, that's what contradicts all of their story, because even Atlanta wasn't moved in by the white people until 1947. And that's in document. So it's like, it's weird how they predated everything that they gave us and taught us in school, gave us in books. And sometimes we go back and read it in books and be thinking that we found jewels, but it's still a part of the trick too.
Well, so this is the situation, right? What I'm working with is what I can show.
Right.
All right. Such as showing 1600, 1601, where you have this Moroccan king Al-Mansur conspiring with the Queen Elizabeth of Britain, or what have you, in regards to going to war with Spain so that they can take the Spanish colonies, so that they can colonize America and populate. Al-Mansur, King of Morocco in the 1600s, his agenda was to populate America with Moroccans. Now, if we look at that information there, and then we look at the status of our communities, right? The status of our communities being the fact that in every hood across the country, we have these Persians, we have these Africans. Those are Moors, period.
Yeah.
We know this, we can see it, and we've read it. These are all Moors by these foreign definitions. These are not our definitions of a Moor. They have described the detailed, all the foreigners, they all knew each other. They have defined themselves. I have a text, right? And you all can look this text up yourself. It's called Ancient and Modern Britons, okay? Ancient and Modern Britons. I say Briton because it's spelled differently from Britain or Britain, spelled differently, right? So anyway, in this text, it's referencing how these Moors went into England, Scotland, Ireland, these regions in the northern region of Europe, what have you. They went there with the Romans. Apparently, where the Moors get their name from is Marcus Aurelius. I have that in the text as well. I will show that in a later presentation. But the Moors, these Moorish soldiers that went into England, Britain, or what have you, they decided to stay. Some of them decided to stay there. We're talking about soldiers. During this period, I mean, we've seen the movie 300. We've seen Ben-Hur. We've seen all these old films depicting the wars that was taking place historically. Yo, they were brutal. Then we read other texts where we're reading about pirating and pillaging, burning of villages, slaughters and rapes and massacres and theft. Plunder.
I was finna say something that you was relating to as far as the soldiers and stuff, because when the Moors came to America in the Spanish conquest, they did the same thing. And the English, the Britons,
and that's my point. That's exactly my point.
You know
they have a background in doing this.
You know about the war about Louisiana territory. You know what I'm saying, with the French and Creole Indians that fought against the Moors and drove them out.
But see, this is my point. This is my point. They came here having this type of background of slaughter, rape, pillage. They have been doing this for 2,000 years.
Take.
Absolutely.
But listen though. Hold on. Give me 30 seconds with this one.
It's gonna be more than 30 seconds, man. You already know you're gonna be more than 30, but go for it.
Now watch this. This is gonna be 30 seconds.
Go for it. Starting now.
If these motherfuckers was doing all of this, taking over lands and pillaging, when did y'all have time to build castles? I'm done. Told you it was less than 30 seconds. If y'all niggas was doing all of this shit, taking over all of this land, when the fuck did y'all have time to build the Great Wall of China, the pyramids, the mounds in America, all up and down the Mississippi, which y'all got your ass whooped fucking with Mississippi, the Nile River, the whatever you would call it, the motherfucking ancient Tigris River and whatever. It don't make any sense. That's all I'm just saying. That's all.
I mean, I hear what you said. I mean, you know, I lived in Europe for a moment many years ago, over 20 years ago, and I was at some of those castles they do have over there, and those castles are blown out with obvious signs of warfare, like cannonball fire. You know what I'm saying?
So holes in the side of them bitches.
Yeah. So I mean, we're talking about ancient history here that has been documented. The foreigners, they documented everything. And for the fact we have people to this day that are working to withhold vital information from our people, obviously for the purpose of our exploitation, forward our extermination. So the only thing will be left is our land, which they can insert themselves in to claim, as we see them doing right now. They're all, we have these quote unquote Native Americans. When we define Native, it means a foreigner born in a foreign country. That makes you Native by default. So our natural identity, our natural race, which is also documented by foreigners in the 16, 17, 1800s, they had documented us as the Americans. So how is it that we have these people claiming to be Native American? They claim to have a blood quantum, but then there's videos on YouTube, right, where it blatantly shows these people who claim to be Native Americans, and they do this DNA test, and it says they're from all over the world, everywhere except for here.
You're not American. Because first of all, hold on, I wanted to say something too. And Mama G, this is not nothing personal. They the Moors and those foreigners to this day, they still make they get land claim and land title deed. They don't get land grants or land patent. And so when how that works is why they sell houses with land. Even when you buy like a house out in the country, you get a title deed or a title claim, and that's a foreign act, which us indigenous people, we are the actual people that get the grant and the patent, which is the original design. The word patent is a design. So when you look at your lot, remember Mama Chief, when we was trying to find your allotment, with that allotment is a design when you see it from the geographical aerial map. So the aerial map will show that pattern, which is the design of that lot, and it'll show the corners, what is inside of that motherfucker, and everything. But go ahead, Hama.
Yeah, well, appreciate you sharing that. And see, that's the thing too, right? All of these things have to be revisited, redefined, based on our awareness.
Right.
Right. The foreigners certainly they have applied their definitions, but the thing is, we have our own.
We have our own. And they're taking us away from our definitions. That's why they be putting these new titles in, and that's why they call it titles. And so when you get a land title, that's all it is. It's a claim. That's why, like, motherfuckers say they black. That's a claim.
Absolutely, it is. And the mirror tells you that it's a false claim.
Right.
I mean, these hidden colors have hypnotized our people within these recent centuries. I mean, I'm about to show some text. I'm almost finished doing what I'm doing on this balcony, right?
Yeah, but
I'm about to get into this text where I'm gonna show you some very interesting things. And Zoe, I would like your presence to continue on in the right here, you know what I mean, so that we can discuss what we're reviewing here. You know what I'm saying? It's very interesting what we're about to get into. I have some video, and as well as I have some text. All right, and we're about to go back in time just a little bit. We're going into the 17 and 1800s. All right, and the situation is this: we need to be aware of what has happened. They told us, oh yeah, they brought all black people to America as slaves.
Right.
That's not completely true. And who exactly were these quote unquote black people, right? Oh, they said they killed off the American Indians with disease and warfare, and that's not necessarily true either. And that's a very large untruth. Certainly, a lot of our people have died just as well as a lot of our people are dying today. I just said a moment ago how they were pulling the plug through these mandated non-resuscitation orders. People in these foreign hospitals were not being resuscitated intentionally.
On purpose.
And these are our elders. Our youth needs to be in communication with their elders so that they can receive everything they can from their elders. This is how we maintain our existence. It's a lot of wrongs that have been done, just like I was reading from former President James Buchanan's text that was published in 1824. They intended for our daughters and sons, our posterity, not to know the wrongs that have been done to our American Indian peoples on our American continent, which is great, from which a tremendous amount of the world's wealth has derived from, as it still does to this day. They do not want to inform us of these particular and specific truths. And it's our duty to inform ourselves and each other. Minus the confusion, minus the debates, minus the arguing. We can't argue with these old texts. Like, I'm about to show y'all a video. I'm about to show y'all a book. Chief Noya, I woke up 1 o'clock in the morning the other night. Sunday morning, I woke up 1 a.m. to a text message she sent me. It's a website link, and I'm like, what's this? It looked like gibberish to me a little bit. I'm like, what is this? So I click on the link, and there was a book. And I'm
What's
reading
the name of the
the
book, though?
huh?
What's the name of the book?
I'm not gonna let it go yet. Nah. It's about to be a surprise. Shock and awe. I love shock and awe. Nah, like it's about to be a surprise party. I hate surprise parties, but I'm ready to throw one. We about to have a surprise party. Now, some people may already know. Thing is, though, our American people need to know this information here collectively. We need to know. These hidden colors, they have withheld so much from us. They're still withholding so much from us. They wanted us to vote for people who demonize, criminalize, incarcerated falsely so many people of ours. They strategically target our people to remove them from us and profit off the enslavement of our people in these private prisons. You know, in my book, I strategically placed in there, I intentionally placed in there the foreigners designated our land, this entire continent of America, to be a penal colony. This is why we see every state having a penal code.
Hey, yo, Tom. Hey,
What's up?
hey, pull up that Minnesota State Capitol building real quick, the interior, so
Yo,
we can put that
I'm
on
still on the balcony, man. Hold up, man. Appreciate the reminder, but give me. Yo, I'm trying to
the
keep my energy. It's cold. It's cold outside, so I'm trying to cool off. You feel me? 'Cause I'm hot.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
you
I'm a
over there? I
volcano.
forgot
I'm a
you over there in
volcano
the
right now.
Illy State. You over there in you over there in Windy City. Man.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
Man, my
when you go back
fingertips
inside,
freezing
you
right
gotta
now.
pull that. I was
I'm
gonna
blowing
say,
smoke with my fingertips freezing.
yeah, you gotta pull that up,
About to
though. You
resume
gotta pull
duty.
that up. All right.
Huh?
I said you gotta pull that up, though.
I'm
You
gonna
got
pull it
to.
up.
All
Absolutely, I'm
right.
gonna pull it right up. I'm gonna pull it right up. You know what I'm saying? But the situation is, yo, we need the full disclosure of the fact that, hey, our daughter's and son's grade school. Be like, hey, daughter, hey, son, check it out. This is what they should have told our ancestors back in the, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, right now, 20th, 21st century. That, hey, daughter and son, check it out. These foreigners, they intentionally sent an abundance of lunatics here from all over the world. Straight criminal, mastermind, perverted, corrupt things called humans. Daughter and son, we're not humans. No, we are superior beings. This is how we're superior beings. We don't do animalistic things. We don't engage in animalistic things, animalistic behavior. But unfortunately, due to our people not being aware, this is what happened. Our people have adapted through all the social engineering and all of that. All right, I'm stepping off the balcony now. Yeah, no, I just seen your text. We about to get you in. About to get back into this. All right, but let me jumping off of this one. God damn. How can I do this? There we go. Let's get it in. Yeah, no, you feel free to hit the thing again. Jump back on. Yo, you about to continue. Give me 1 second. Now I'm about to show y'all some things. We about to get into some serious information here. Yo, no, you got the link. Jump back on. They know you. Let me know. Yo, text me you back in the thing because I gotta continue right now. Where we at? All right, here we go. Okay, so that's what we about to do. As I mentioned a moment ago, right? We're gonna take it back in time a little bit, right? So Chief Taregua, he said a moment ago about this Christianity situation. Well, something in which they didn't teach us in grade school. These foreigners, they didn't give us full disclosure about the situation. The initial school set up in North America, they were Indian schools, such as what we see right here, the Indian school at William and Mary, right? Now, what was going on here, as we see, that the Christian faith may be propagated amongst the Western Indians to the glory of Almighty God. This is what it's been about. This is one of the ways in which they socially engineered our people. Now, Chief Two Hawks and some others, they have shared background pertaining to their people, right? The Neheganset, Mashapog, Wampanoag peoples over there in the Rhode Island, Massachusetts territories, right? They shared how basically during this period, what was going on was they were stripping our American people of their culture. Now, something that's related to Christianity, as you all aware of, is baptisms, right? So in my research, I found that they were doing mass baptisms, right? The Spanish were the first to do it. I have a text on that subject, right? Let me see if I can locate that text up here. I have a lot of information up here. I'm not getting to that just yet. Oh, wow. I'm about to pull it up in a moment. But anyway, basically what was going on, this is how our people got their Christian names from these Indian schools through these Christian baptisms. And basically, when you become a Christian, by default, you become a slave. This is why we have heard throughout the Christian literature, the sermons and all of that, servants of God. Now, if you do the etymology on God, you see that God is German. Certainly it says something about a deity and this, that, and other, but here in the Americas, we have our own. By it being ours, it means that we have faith and we believe in ourselves. We don't believe in the foreigners. And we see what it has gotten us up to this point now, right? Belief in these foreign deities, it benefits the foreigners. It does not benefit us. The ethnocide that took place with all these foreign religions, right? It strengthened the foreigners and weakened us due to the fact, what do we think about? Let's give you a simple example. What do we think about? Well, you say praise Jesus, but so many of our people don't even know their ancestors. We don't praise our ancestors due to this. That is one of the aspects of ethnocide. The fact that so many of our people do not remember our own people. So many of our people no longer have a relationship with nature. I would like to pull up some old depictions of our American people, true indeed. But I want to continue with this presentation, especially due to the fact so many of our people already have seen many of these old depictions of our people and their relationship with nature. And the reason why this is important is because our natural environment is being destroyed in our face, before our very eyes. As I mentioned previously, right? You know, the Moors, they were soldiers for the Romans, going across their world over there, slaughtering, conquering, etc. And there's something called scorched earth policy. Scorched earth policy means basically is the devastation of the land, the destruction of the land, preventing your enemy from being able to eat, unable to live on that land anymore. That's a summarized version of what scorched earth policy is. I would encourage you to look up scorched earth policy, because this is what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with advanced scorched earth policy. For example, when we hear every year about fires, wildfires in this territory known as California, every year, that's devastating to that land. I mean, yo, we had a relationship with all nature, the animals. When I was in LA some years ago, there used to be coyotes looking scared, running across Sunset Boulevard, running through the communities in which they naturally have inhabited forever. But now they're running through these colonized environments. The coyotes don't even have a home for real anymore. I mean, this is the effects of colonization, scorched earth policy, etc. Right? But anyway, we have right here that the Christian faith may be propagated amongst the Western Indians to the glory of Almighty God. Continuing. So many Indian children in sickness and health, in meat, drink, washing, lodging, clothes, medicine, books, and education from the first beginning of letters till they are ready to receive orders and be thought sufficient to be sent abroad to preach and convert the Indians. Basically, they want to convert our people, and they was targeting initially our boys, as I mentioned the other day. They was targeting our boys initially because, you know, foreigners, they come from a patriarchal culture. And the purpose was so that our own people can be used to convert us. It's common to this day, right? Very common to this day. Our own people being used to convert us into something in which is foreign. And we need to be aware of what is ours versus what is foreign. So we can go into extensive detail on all of this. Most likely I'm going to continue this at another time. So I want to get into the depth of these hidden colors, like, you know, the surprise party, right? This is the situation here. So Noya sent me this website the other night, and I did a little bit of research. The book that was mentioned on that website was this right here, The Princess and the Prophet. And it's about this guy right here. Do you all know who this guy is? Yo, Zoe. Zoe, you still here? I see you right there. It was good.
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm just, I got my brother and my new sister in the building, you know what I'm saying? We listening too.
Okay, cool. Question. Do you know who this guy is right here on the screen?
It looked like Francis Drew.
You said Francis Drew?
Francis Drew.
I'm not familiar with a Francis Drew.
Noble Drew Ali.
Oh, that guy. Yo.
That guy.
That guy. Yo, that's right. That is him. That so is right. Him. And this is the book, The Princess and the Prophet, The Secret History of Magic, Race, and the Moorish Muslims in America, by this guy right here, Jacob S. Dorman.
Ooh.
That's this guy right here. University of Nevada, Reno, PhD, associate professor of history and core humanities. He's an associate professor, teaches courses on U.S. history, African American history, the Gilded Age and progressive eras, cultural and intellectual history, and core humanities. Yo, this guy put together this book, and I would like to play some video for you. But before we get to the video,
say, man, I'm about to fire up, man. If you about to play video, man.
What you mean?
No, I'm about to fire my blunt. Why you play this video?
Oh, you know, doubt you get your burn on. Go for it. You know what I mean? Yo, I'm a little like, yo, I was surprised when I came across. I'm like, yo, what in the world?
Right.
You know,
As soon as I seen that dude face, I was like, oh, that's Drew.
Word.
Like see, that's Drew.
The situation is this though, right? This guy did some thorough research. This is his
looked
website.
feminine though in that picture, man. Like he had makeup. It looked feminine in that picture, like makeup on and little baby hair.
Oh man.
Hey, but no, on some real shit. You know the motherfucking goddamn Moors in prison systems is known as faggots, bro. People don't even talk about that. Why don't they talk about that?
Hey man,
the Moors never talk about that shit.
There's so much information, but like, yo, that's for another presentation, man. That's a
okay,
whole
we'll get that. Go ahead and keep going there.
Guy.
All right, get it.
This gets funky. It gets real funky. Check it out. Islam, for centuries, Americans idealized and romanticized the religion whose name means peace, drawing on Orientalist images from the Arabian Nights and the magical mystique of the mystic East. For illustrations from the Princess and the Prophet documenting the American infatuation with Islam, scroll down. For primary sources documenting the life of Noble Drew Ali, the man who founded not just the Black Muslims, but the first Muslim mass movement in America. Click here. And he says, peace. Circus Arabs, 19th century, Buffalo Bills, Wild West, and Congress of Rough Riders of the World. Look at all of this. Now, what does that mean? Buffalo Bills, Wild West, and many circuses featured Arab equestrians performing jaw-dropping feats on the world's finest horses, Arabians whose bloodlines flow through today's thoroughbreds. Their presence brought visions from the Arabian Nights to life and exposed Americans and Europeans in big cities and small towns alike to people who were not just presented as Moors, but as Muslims. Performers came from Morocco, Egypt, and Syria. When they weren't wowing crowds with their skill and bravery, they could often be viewed by the public performing Muslim prayers between shows. All the sources this author list right here. The hidden colors, right? All right, so website's right here. You all can check it all out. The author, he did some thorough research. I want you to hear from him. His own words. Give me one moment here. Let me pull this up. This guy did some thorough research. Absolutely thorough research. Pull it up right there. Give me one moment here. Let's see.
Sprung out of the Moors in Detroit in 1930. So if we hadn't had the NOI, we wouldn't have had, Cassius Clay would have remained Cassius Clay.
Run it back.
Sprung out of the Moors in Detroit in 1930. So if we hadn't had the NOI, we wouldn't have had, Cassius Clay would have remained Cassius Clay. Malcolm Little would have remained Malcolm Little. There would be no 5%ers. There would be no 5% hip hop. Islam, I mean, and I understand that now Islam has, among Asiatics, has progressed, but without that crucial impact of the Prophet and anywhere between 7 and 15,000 members, the membership numbers are all over the map, but on the low end, we're talking about 7,000 Moors in the Prophet's lifetime. On the high end, 15,000. But then, without that community of influence, we would not have the progression of Islam among African Americans and among Americans in general that we have had. And I think of Islam as a religion of peace. I mean, that's what the name means. So I feel like Islam teaches all kinds of beneficial habits, morality, practices, and that contribution, therefore, is an overwhelmingly positive contribution. So that's part of my perspective. If we go back to the website, because I do want to make sure that I have time to walk you through the website. The first page is photos, and that demonstrates some of the influence of Moors in American culture. These are Riffian Arab horsemen. Riffian is a synonym for Moroccan, Moorish. Then you have Bedouin troop of Arabs. Down below, that was Abdallah ben Said. So you can actually track these performers through circus archives, which is what I did. Barnum and Bailey. Here's a really famous one, was Hassan ben Ali's Moorish Caravan, Arabian Nights Entertainment, and Spectacular Pilgrimage to Mecca. So what's really important about this, I believe, is that it's not just that they were doing acrobatics, but they were identified as Moors, and they were talking about Mecca. They were talking about the actual performance of the religious obligations of Islam. Then we get to this person, Walter Brister. The first place I was able to find him, not chronological.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause it right there briefly, right? Now, as Chief Noya just put in the chat there, Walter Brister is who so many have come to know as Timothy Drew and Noble Drew Ali, okay? Who was a circus performer, a child circus performing star, all right? And so this author here, Professor Dorman, Jacob Dorman, he will say in a moment that his research was upwards of 20 years, 18 years, he said. He spent doing research into identifying who this Noble Drew Ali person was, how influential he was, how he gained influence, etc., etc., etc. And the reason why this is important in regards to this hidden colored situation is because during the time that Walter Brister, who faked his death, you're going to hear, and assumed the identity of Timothy Drew, becoming Noble Drew Ali, there was a lot of serious events taking place between the late 1800s going into the early 1900s. We're talking about political events, things taking place that was harmful to our American people. Within this early 1900s period, we are aware of Walter Plecker and the Racial Integrity Act coming out of Virginia, which pertained to the reclassification of our American people into Negroes on vital records, which once again goes into ethnocide. This is an advancement, a solidification of the ethnocide extermination, the blackening out of our people. Once again, they want to colonize our land, replace us with Moroccans after they annihilate, exterminate, and make our people extinct. And it's happening in front of our eyes right now. Let's continue.
Not the sequence in which I found him, because I found him in at 1900. But I was able to work backwards and find him here in the show called In Old Kentucky. He's the shortest one there, holding the cornet, kind of a trumpet. This is 1893. This show becomes the most popular show in American history by World War I. It spawned literally dozens of imitators. And the most popular feature of the show was this band, which was the Juvenile Band, or in the term of the day, the Pickaninny Band. Okay, this was a band that was created by Walter Brister's father. So he tours, he becomes the first black child star on Broadway. Then I have another image of this. I got images of 1893 and the Chicago World's Fair. And one of the things that's so significant about that is that people don't realize that the largest grouping of exhibits at the fair came from Muslim countries, both Middle Eastern ones and also Indonesian ones. So you could go and experience the streets of Cairo. You could experience Istanbul, or a version of it, Algeria, Morocco. There was a Moorish exhibit at the World's Fair. Harry Houdini, who's here, he was practicing this. Escape magic is a kind of Indian magic practice in India that was known as Hindu magic.
You see, there is a clear distinction between Hindu, which is derived from Hindustan, that region in Southeast Asia. Fortunately, this professor here, Professor Dorman, he made it a point to differentiate what an Indian is in regards to those Hindustan people, from those Hindustan people. They're Hindustan, not Indian. This goes into the ethno side of our people. So there's a lot of information within all of this. Let's continue.
He starts out in 1893 performing. And then I've got this picture of three little boys from the streets of Cairo. And you can see that they are people who would have been considered black in American terms. And there's a great diversity there in terms of racial phenotype. So exhibits like this one help to teach Americans about the Islamic world and about the fact that people who would be considered black in this country were part of the Islamic world. You also have information about Shriners, but I want to skip to that to talk more about Brister. He signs on with this Wild West show, Pawnee Bill, as Armaz Sotanki, and then he marries this woman, Eva Alexander Brister. They're both from the Cincinnati area, from kind of the Kentucky side of the Cincinnati area, and she becomes a Hindu lion tamer in circus. They travel together in 1992. In Pawnee Bill's show, Walter Brister, who I'm calling the future Noble Drew Lee, you might not be on board with that, and that's fine. You can have your own beliefs. I'm not here to, tell you how to believe. This is
now. I'm gonna give you a little more background, right? So there is a channel on YouTube. It is a Moorish channel, right? If you go to the princessandprophet.com, in the menu area, it says videos, right? If you select videos, it shows his interview, which is where this footage is from. Fair use, of course. This is very informative, very educational, education that has been withheld from our American peoples, right? And yes, Giovanni, I see you right there. That's right. Check them Hindus, man. Check them on that. That's what we're supposed to do. And it's vital that we inform our people about all of these foreigners. We didn't know how to properly identify them. That's right. But this is the situation here. This is the situation. Continuing. Yeah, that's what I was saying, right? If you go on the website, click on videos, princessandprophet.com/videos, you'll see his actual interview. And this is why he's saying what he's saying right now.
What I believe that the evidence shows me. But Walter Brister was part of the show with the Ali, the 5 Ali brothers. These were these Arabian acrobats. And then he survived the Princeton riot, where the Pawnee Bills Wild West show actually beat up a whole bunch of white Anglo-Europeans. So you have people of color beating up. And one of the amazing things about this is that Walter Brister, as Arma Sotanki, was let through this boisterous, rowdy crowd. Like, they just parted and let him pass. I can compare it to the Jedi mind trick. He just was able to just find safe passage through this crowd. Okay. I have another page of photos, but I think what's more important with the limited time that we have is that we talk about the primary sources. This is Eva Sotanki and doing what's called a Salome dance, which was a kind of Orientalist dance. And then I talk about, let me get to the, well, this is all really interesting stuff. It's hard for me to not talk about it with the 7 minutes I have left. This is a picture, for example, of...
No, your time, we just go through. We don't want you to be limited on time.
Okay. Okay, all right. So then what I talk about on this page, can you all hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, okay. All right, building a mecha and bucking the machine. Now, this is an aspect of this book that, you know, even Moors who I've spoken with who don't believe at all the Brister part of this, they have appreciated what I've been able to show about the Chicago political machine, which I'm very honored by. This is a famous photo, of course, of the first annual convention. But one of the things that I was able to piece together is that, as I think is well known, the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Lee wielded considerable political power. But what I was able to piece together is that in 1928, Chicago's political machine was coming apart. And it was...
Now, I'm going to pause it right there for a moment. So here it is. We're dealing with the early 1900s. This is a 1920s period, right? The bootlegging era. You had a lot of foreign gangsters. The territory is Illinois. Was known as Chicago, right? And what this author here is describing is pretty much he's about to go into the corruption that was taking place. And Noble Drew Ali's or Walter Brister's association to the corruption. His association to the corruption. Whereas, you know, during this period, there was a lot of abuses against our American people. I mean, for the fact, I mean, like I said earlier, we have Walter Brister, Walter Plecker over there in Virginia, by those statistics, who is engaged in paper genocide, blacking out our American people's identities. I have a document I want to show you. Matter of fact, let me show you. Let me show you the document now. I'm going to show it now because I'm not sure if other people have presented this information, but it is vital that we are aware of all of this, right? We're going to continue with this video in a moment. What I want to do now is show you this particular document. Where are we at? Okay, not there, not there, not there. I'll try to put these tabs in order. Oh, here we are. Letter from Walter Plecker. This is on VirginiaIndianArchive.org. Okay. Letter from Walter Plecker, January 1943. Now, it says over here, Plecker was charged with enforcing the Racial Integrity Act of 1924 and subsequent related legislation, which banned interracial marriage in Virginia and asked for voluntary racial identification on birth and marriage certificates. White was defined as having no trace of African ancestry, while all other people were defined as colored. Falsifying racial information on a government form was a felony. Okay? This was a felony. So the reason why this is significant to me, right? So we have Walter Brister, okay, who is a circus performer, child star circus performer. Becomes Noble Drew Ali, prophet, Noble Drew Ali, founder of the MSTA 1928, right here. It says it right here at the top of the page on the author's website. And this is vital information, right? This is the same period. No 4-year difference. True indeed it is. But to me, it's significant because our elders then, our youth then, needed full disclosure, right? Pertaining to their true identities. Just like how we have in the 1600s here, foreigners converting our people into Christians, right? Now, fast forward 300 years later, our people are being converted into Muslims and Moors. Moors and Muslims are synonymous, just like African, Black, Negro is synonymous. Let's run that back again.
I was going to say, go ahead and read that again. Go ahead and run that back.
Yeah, I'm gonna run that. I'm gonna, like, the Moors, they love etymology, so let's show some etymology. I showed it the other day. We're gonna show it again, just for clarity. All right. Where we at? Come on. Let's go. Oh man, so many pages here. Let's get it. Come on. God damn it. Here we go. Let's do it big a little bit. Let's do it big. Here we go. So as you see, this is from Edom Online. I can pull out some old etymology dictionaries for real. I can definitely do that. But for time's sake, look at here. Negro noun, 1550s. Member of a black-skinned race of Africa. Remember, we are Aboriginal, autochthonous, indigenous to America. Genealogy is very important. Oral tradition is very important. Many of our elders have informed us of this through oral tradition, right? Anyway, I was going to fast forward to this last sentence here. Meaning African American vernacular. That's Noble Drew Ali and those hidden colors. The English language as spoken by U.S. blacks is from 1704. French, nègre, is a 16th century borrowing from Spanish negro. Other English words were Moor and blackamoor. A Middle English word for Ethiopian. Perhaps also a Negro generally, was blue man. Also, so let's continue.
Hold on. Pause.
Okay.
Scroll back up to Blue Man.
Yeah.
Cause you know me, I fucks with Method Man. I'm a red man.
That's right.
That's right.
So, proceed
That
or
boy.
proceed. Yo, go ahead and proceed. Take that as a yes.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, so now more. Now check it. North African Berber, one of the race dwelling in Barbary, late 14th century, from Old French more, from medieval Latin mortis, from Latin Moris, inhabitant of Mauritania, Roman Northwest Africa, a region now corresponding to northern Algeria and Morocco, from Greek Moros, perhaps a native name or else cognate with Moros, black. Once again, more means black. Negro means more. But this adjective only appears in late Greek and may as well be from the people's name as the reverse. Also applied to Arabic conquerors of Spain, being a dark people in relation to Europeans. Their name in the Middle Ages was a synonym for Negro. Once again, more is synonymous with Negro. Negro means black. Moros, black. More, a noun, person, place, a thing. Negro, person, place, a thing. What's the place? North Africa, Barbary, Mauritania, Algeria, Morocco. Continuing, being the nearest Muslims in Western Europe, it was used indiscriminately of Muslims, Persians, Arabs, etc., but especially those in India. That's Hindustan it's referring to.
Hindustan,
What do we see over here?
Pakistan.
What do we see? We see Walter Brister, better known as Noble Drew Ali, a circus performer, a Hindu magician, right? We see him performing in all of these international acts. A group of Riffian Arab horsemen, not just presented as Moors, but as Muslims. Remember, Moor and Muslim is used interchangeably. That's in the etymology that I just read, right?
But you know they try to hide with that Muslim. I'm a Muslim, not a Muslim.
Yeah, the etymology of Muslim still takes you over there. Muslim, not from America. Bottom line. Performers came from Morocco, Egypt, and Syria. These performers were not American. These were not American performers. It says it right there, right? This is this author's 18 years of research, he says. 18 years of research.
Burnham and Bailey. Them the same dumbass niggas that try to create all of these goddamn zoos and circuses. They try to take over our zoos and didn't know what the fuck they was doing, but they stupid. They still goddamn circus ass niggas. But that's what the Moors right there. Look, the Moors with the swords.
That's right. So this is why full disclosure for American people is so important, because we're being exploited generation after generation. As I read initially in this presentation, the foreigners blatantly described how they want to explore and exploit, annihilate, exterminate, and make our American people extinct. Then we read about Queen Elizabeth in the 1600s, literally 1600, 1601 period, where she's conspiring with the King of Morocco, Al Mansur, in colonizing America and populating America with Moors.
Hey man, I swear though, it looked like the Curious George little monkey would be around somewhere with that little costume on that picture right there. It's just the colors match with the Curious George color books always look like on the front. You know what I'm saying? Have his ass with a little red vest on and a little red Moorish hat.
Yep. And so the author said earlier, right? It is this guy over here, this picture on the
Yep,
right?
they did, Joe.
Put the menu right here. It is this kid right here playing. What's that? He said it was a flute or something.
Yep.
That is what the guy who founded MSTA. That's him. A
And
child
Noble Drew.
star.
I was gonna say that's Noble Drew Ali and all of his partners when they was little.
And that's Walter Brister, man. He ain't man. Hey, that's the other thing we about to get into. That's a surprise party right there.
We're gonna call him Walter.
Brister.
We're gonna call him by his gov. Let's go, Walter.
Walter. Hey, Walter.
Let's get on Walter. Hey, little Walter. We're gonna get on that tonight.
Hey, Walter. Why your feet look like that, Walter?
Because I can backflip on no hands.
All right, where we at? Yeah, let's get back to this video. Hold up. Let me get back to this video. God damn. Yeah. Full disclosure. Full disclosure. We have to provide it for ourselves. Bottom line. The foreigners, they haven't given it to us. So we got to get it for ourselves. And much appreciation to Chief No Yamina for sharing that
Shout
link.
out to Mama Chief. Shout out to the mother goddamn feathers and shit. Shout out to Joe Scott and shit. Shout out to Giovanni. You know what I'm saying?
Much appreciation to our American people. Let's continue.
Let's go. Shout out to
for a number of
Satires, love.
because it was incredibly corrupt.
Whoa. Now let me just run it back a little bit, because where we left off at in this video, the author's speaking about how corrupt Chicago was in this early 1900s period when Walter Brister became Noble Drew Ali. Let's continue.
Hard for a number of reasons, but most especially because it was incredibly corrupt. And by corrupt, I mean not only is there bribes, kickbacks, graft, public officials enriching themselves, getting payments from prostitution, gambling, drugs, Al Capone, all of that. But it was also corrupt because they were using violence, including murder, to intimidate voters. They were using violence and bombing, including, and we're talking about dozens and dozens of bombings going on in the 1920s to intimidate political rivals. So what you need to know is that here's these dangerous characters. One is there's this criminal mastermind. On my screen, it's not displaying correctly, but his name is Jack Guzik. So everybody knows the name Al Capone, but Jack Guzik was actually the brains behind the Capone syndicate. He was orchestrating payoffs between police, gamblers, bootleggers, politicians, etc., and really orchestrating Capone. And now the reason why that's so significant is because the Guzik-Capone cartel, for lack of a better word, was directly paying this man, Mayor Big Bell Thompson. So they contributed hundreds of thousands of dollars to get reelected in 1926, 27. And they also gave 1,000 thugs to intimidate voters. That, by the way, the big episode of voter intimidation, one of the biggest ones, was April 1928. So immediately before the prophet met with politicians at the convention. Now this character, Mayor Big Bill Thompson, called his coalition America First, and he was a creature of the streets. He was
hold on. Press pause.
Yep.
Now you notice how even his own people call him a creature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I appreciate. See. I've already watched this video, so I'm just sitting here, just reprocessing this again, because I'm over here thinking about like how what our elders and our youth was experiencing just in Chicago during this period. I mean, I'm thinking about what Chicago's like now,
man,
and what Chicago's like now, what it is like now today. what we've seen within these recent years, well, what we're seeing here is what contributed to what Chicago is like now. Like, this is not even a solid 100 years later. What we're seeing here, what we're learning about this period.
Nah.
This is not even a solid 100 years. Within less than a century, due to the corruption that was taking place in the early 1900s. We're talking about 1928 when the MSTA was founded. According to that image that the author showed on his website.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah. I was going to say that coincide with the shit you showed earlier.
I mean, yeah, I'm like, this is really for me coming across, like, doing all this research, when Noya sent this to me, it was like a compound, like, what the fuck?
Hey, shout out to motherfucking Mama Chief, man, for doing some investigations on shits. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I appreciate this author as well.
The reason I say that is because I don't just research, I investigate too. And a lot of people get caught up in just researching instead of investigating. And that's what you was just channeling on while I was talking. And when I said that, you notice how you called them creatures, like, yeah, man, I was just sitting here vibing and channeling on. You was going through a whole nother pattern of what you're about to investigate because it had you into a zone. So people got to stop just researching, investigate.
Yeah, see the situation, right? This author took his time to prepare this text. And I would definitely, once I saw the website and I was reading through all of this, matter of fact, I didn't even read through all the pages. I didn't even go through all the pages. Noya sent it. She recommended, and I was just like, yo, I need to check out this text right here, see what's really going on. I bought this book, man. The book is like 370 something pages, it's like 375 or something. Great information. Absolutely great information. The author, he cites his sources on his website. Like, he literally, here we go. Yeah, no, you're muted. I see you're muted right there. Or are you? I don't know if you're muted or not. But,
yeah, Mama Chief muted. Unmute Mama Chief. Shout out.
Halito. How's everybody doing?
Good.
It's such a great bill, Tony. I appreciate you going in on this. Yeah, I do as well investigate. So you know it. You know how I go in, but it's a lot of information I have on these people. And I mean, granted, I might end up being a mole, y'all. I'm just gonna make this disclaimer. But I hate the fact that of what these people have done to us. But I don't know who the hell these names is I have. But when I say I detest these Moors, I really do. So I got a lot of information to just discredit them being anything about American. So I know I'm American though. But the name that I have is tied to these other people, and I don't like the names that they give.
Mama Chief, see, I try to explain to people that it's easier to accept who your soul tell you who you are. And when people start realizing they accept what the soul tell you who you are, because you got the people that's Moors, soul telling them that they're Moors. You can't argue with the Moors because if a person telling you he Moor, that's what his soul is telling him. So your soul told you it was motherfucking Indian, you Indian. But what you gotta also realize is that these motherfucking $5 Indians is a part of that Moorish infiltration as well, because motherfuckers is buying names. They bought our family names.
Absolutely.
So if you see American motherfucking English names on goddamn Moor list and shit, that's because they paid for that shit.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Peace.
Yeah. they had to go through that naturalization act.
Mm-hmm. Well,
It
I was
wasn't
just
natural.
wondering.
They was considered alien when they came here, even on their raid.
Well, I wanted to jump in too on the point when Tony was saying that he was reflecting on the time that this
Yeah.
was in Chicago, and I was thinking on when was the time when all the people from Mississippi and Tennessee and Georgia was migrating to go to Chi-Town
That's
in
right.
order to work in them plants.
This was that time period. This is after
Okay.
we was dealing our ancestors, our elders was going through the Indian Removal Act, the Indian Relocation Act, and so many other acts that was strategically designed by these foreigners politically, legislatively to displace us. In addition
Okay.
to this Racial Integrity Act.
Well, I'm looking at my great grandmother and great grandfather's marriage license, and they was married in 1899. So they were alive, well alive, and they were like 19 when they got married. So say 20 years later, this was going on in their lifetime,
That's right.
and that's what we need to do is relate these things back and know that our ancestors was here going through this. I
Yeah,
relinquish the
this is
mic.
also the period of World War One. Many of our ancestors was engaged in these foreign conflicts,
Yeah.
not having full disclosure, not
And
having full disclosure on
but the
all
thing,
levels. The attack from all sides. Our youth was vulnerable because here it is. I don't know exactly how many of our American men was away at war.
at war, yeah. And you
I'm talking
know,
about
back
the
then, remember,
Aboriginal American men. I'm not talking about those that have assumed our natural identity.
no, we talking copper color Indian. Hey, you got to also look at it like this too. Remember when, like the word recruiting? Back
Yeah,
then, it was a law in effect where if they showed up at your front door to recruit you, you had to go or have a medical excuse of not going.
that's the draft.
Yep, the draft. They did. Yeah, the recruit was the draft. Yeah, and that draft, even to the point where it went into the late 1900s and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like 1960s and
That's
1970s.
right.
Yeah, they kept the pressure on because our people felt motherfucking goddamn weak and lost their damn identity and bumped their
But
head and shit.
but to reflect back, Tony, because I wasn't on when you was doing some of the bill, back to the Indian schools. I need for y'all to understand what those Indian schools really were. And if you don't, please research them because we was always told, oh, they had us in Indian schools. They had us like just to get the man. But you don't understand. To kill the man, I mean, to kill the Indian and take the man was a lot of molestation going on.
That's
They
right.
was doing so much to our men, as well as the women. But the men, they was turning them into fairies. And then don't let them sing and have a high pitched voice. And then to look at all, just mentally think about all the actors, all the leaders, all the Underground Railroad people, all the people that they've given us as our heroes for Black History Month. That is not our people. Those are those Moors, those entertainers, those that they hire and equip to do what they do. And I guarantee you, if you research and look up the 100 actors, the 100 Black actors, I bet you half of them is Moors. Most of them already they what they did, they
Convert.
initially converted to being Moors, Muslims. I relinquish the mic.
Yeah, you appreciate it. So yeah, I'm gonna continue with this video right here.
Please.
A lot of similarities between him and our current president. I mean, number one, America first, but this kind of blustery xenophobia, hatred against immigrants. Bill was doing that, and he also was oftentimes like nonsensical but amusing. So he accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars from Capone, and he allowed Capone's associates to freely roam City Hall after his reelection. He also, though, was very popular with black voters because he came from the South Side and he courted black voters, and he was not overtly a racist, unlike virtually everybody else in Chicago politics. And so he actually gave some city positions to members of the African American community, including Aaron Payne L., who became a city attorney, who's the one who's in the lower right-hand corner of the picture of the prophet with Oscar de Priest and Louis B. Anderson that I showed earlier. Here's Oscar de Priest, Oscar Stanton de Priest. He became the first congressman elected from, the first black congressman elected from the North in 1928. But the thing about de Priest is that de Priest was indicted twice. He was never convicted, but he was indicted twice. And he essentially, in 1916, he had the famous lawyer Clarence Darrow who got him off by admitting essentially that, yeah, he was taking money from gamblers and he was taking kickbacks, but he didn't think they were kickbacks. He thought that they were just political donations. So he got off in 1916. And then in 1928, because of the violence in April 28, when the Thompson machine was literally bombing their opponents' homes and
that master fire
and
Hold on, which one?
over there to his motherfucking goddamn left.
Hold on, I'm trying to see which. I don't even know who's Farad.
Not the old white dude, the one with the black hair, sitting in the front. That's Master Fire right there.
Oh, this guy right here on the far right.
Yep.
Wow.
That's Master Fire. Pull that, if you could pull that up, that'll really blow some minds back. These niggas be talking shit. This nigga Noble Drew Ali was learning from a goddamn white man.
Hold on. You said what's his name? Farad? What?
Fard. Fard.
His first name?
Elijah. I think Muhammad Fard or something like that. Elijah Muhammad Fard or something like that.
Muhammad Fard.
Yep.
Alice Fard Muhammad. Okay, hold on. Let me get the screenshot popping. Hold up. Where we at? Yeah.
Bah. Oh yeah, niggas.
Yeah, no, you just dipset for a moment. Let me see here. Let me get the screenshot back up. Gotta run this back. Damn.
Fard Muhammad.
Hold on. We got a Joseph Scott. He's saying, always remember these people took in our people, married them to take things from them. Don't never forget that. Don't disregard your last names, any of that. Just know that these people did something and took something away from you. Let me get the link. Joseph.
Joe Scott, that's my brother, man.
Can I send you an invite directly? Hold up. How can I get you an invite? Damn.
I think Mama Chief can send it to him.
Yeah, if she can, that'll be good. Yeah, damn. Yeah, because I text everybody else the link, and I was on other device, so I wasn't able to drop it in. We're gonna continue this. We're gonna continue this anyway. Now, Noya, if you can, Joseph Scott, right? Can you get him the link so that he can join us? While you're doing that, matter of fact, yeah, let me just stay right here. Or no, if you can, text me or Zoe. Since you're looking at the screen, let me know when Joseph or someone joins us. Let me go ahead and get over here real quick. What was I looking up? Oh yeah, this guy. I got it up. Yeah, here we go.
Wallace Fard Muhammad. and what was that Drew dude? Walter. So you got Wallace and Walter working together. Yep. Wallace and Walter.
Brister. Yeah, that's the guy right here.
Yeah. Bow.
FBI COINTELPRO.
Look who he in the picture with right down below him though. with the little fez on.
That's right.
The Muslims prophet. Oh man. You
Yeah,
got Noble Drew Ali, and then you got Elijah Muhammad right there in the next picture below him.
Yep. Let's get back to this video, man, because I really want people to check out this author's book right here. And like, this is not an endorsement. This is not no sponsor kind of thing here. I just want people to have good information. I got the ebook. The ebook was like, I want to say like $17 or something, right?
Hey, I'll be right back.
Go for it. Yeah, the ebook was great. You know, I'm still not done with it. You know what I mean? But you can't go wrong with this author's book. The The Princess and the Prophet. You know, you can look up the author's name, Dr. Jacob Dorman. You know, you can see his interviews on YouTube. And he's available to engage as well, from what I understand. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you can reach out to him, ask questions, whatever it is you need to do. But see, I appreciate this situation due to the fact that this author took 18 years to piece together this identity theft, this fraud, this disruption, this distraction that this Wallace Brister character presented to our American people back in the early 1900s. Like, we seriously need to reflect on what has happened thanks to these hidden colors that have deceived our elders who were once our youth. Yeah, so Roman Wolf, basically what's going on here is we're going over this author's book, right? This author here, he's a professor, associate professor of history and core humanities, Jacob Dorman. He has a PhD, right? And he wrote this book. The website is princessandprophet.com, which deals with Walter Brister, who is, quote unquote, Noble Drew Ali, the founder of the MSTA. That's the Moore Science Temple of America. Basically, yeah. This guy put together a book detailing just the truth of all of this. This Walter Brister, who became Noble Drew Ali, he assumed the identity. You're going to hear that in a moment as well. He assumed the identity and started the MSTA. He was involved with a lot of Chicago corrupt political figures during the early 1900s and all of that. So yeah, that's basically the gist of where we're at right now. Let me go ahead and get back to the video. Joseph, I see you here. Let me see. Hold on. Do I add you? Yeah, add the stream. Oh, no, you're here too. Okay, add the stream. Is Zoe going in and out or something? Joseph, how are you?
Oh, I'm good, bro.
What do you think about the information so far?
I mean, you hitting it on the head, bro. You hitting it on the head. There's a lot of people, they doing their research, bro, but they only going so far, and they still not comprehending. They not reading, you know, they not deciphering, you know, what's what. They don't sit up there and look at this time and date and then go back and look at what was going on and how it was happening to see how these people changed over everything. They really not paying attention.
That's the truth. All right, great. So were you listening when I was hold on one second. I got this call coming in. Give me 1 sec. Yo, hello?
Yeah, we in.
Oh, you said you outside? Yo, I'll be right back. Yo, you outside? Wait, you outside the door?
Yourself, go ahead and speak. You can go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to, you know,
Yes,
on that. But I
yeah.
remember you were saying something about, you know, you checked your names and everything, and you wasn't liking it. I was saying it's been a lot of these people coming in, and our families own farms, we own corporations, we owned all kinds of stuff. These people came in, they did what they did, they killed our fathers, grandfathers, sons, married in mothers, you know, took in midwives and all of that stuff, and they did us wrong.
Absolutely. I
I,
just found one of my relatives that was found in the river dead. He
mm,
was murdered. And I was like, wow. You
I'm
know,
sorry to
so
hear it.
well, you know, way back when I didn't know him. You know, I'm saying it was back in the day. So they probably was killed for their land. You never know. That's the
Yeah.
real point,
I,
you know.
I was also listening when he was talking about, you know, how most of our people went to the army and everything. Now, a lot of our people went to the army and they didn't even leave home. To be honest with you, you can go, they got documents on. You can go and watch these documentaries where these people is going into these quote unquote predominantly black towns and murdering people, going out there and starting riots. You know, and our people who had joined the military was for our people, and they stopped that stuff. And these people turned around and killed them, saying that they did treason. They committed high treason. But how are we committing high treason when the contract specifically says for you to protect the American people? And then you turn around and kill us.
Yeah, Joseph, keep going. Yeah, I just came back in. Had to grab this food real quick.
Oh yeah. But you know, I mean, like I went and sat down and talked to my uncle the other day, and I had to find out why he went AWOL 3 times. You
Who's
know,
that?
my uncle.
Oh,
He
okay.
32nd Airborne. He went AWOL 3 times. When he got to explaining to me the things that he was seeing and what was going on, he just knew it wasn't right. He knew something wasn't right, so he had to get away. It's
God.
things that I sit up there and talk to him and ask him questions about. He don't even talk about, like his memory got wiped or something. You know, but it be small things that he'll sit there and he'll go in and he'll talk to me. Like I asked him the other day, you know, how many black owned businesses did he see, quote unquote, you know, when he was growing up? He say not too many, you know, and then the ones who did own businesses, they was learning from themselves. They learning from the white man. So the best thing that they do is let all the foreigners come in there and shop and everything, but they constantly watching you. Same problem that we got today. This is why we don't be trusting our people. It's a lot of things that other people did and put us in certain positions, and it didn't work. And it
Excuse
still
me,
not.
Tony.
Yeah.
Tony, Zoe's in the back. He had a text say he's in the back.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
God damn. What the fuck is this? Here we go. Yeah, Zoe, you back?
My bro.
Yo, ready to get back into this video?
Oh
Yeah, let's
yeah.
do it.
Let's go and get this food, man. Let's go.
Oh,
Hey, y'all, we got 10 minutes before these here official 2020, though we've been in it for a minute. But yeah, 10 minutes.
That's for them. Mine's don't come until March 20th.
Nah.
yeah, right.
Mine's don't come, my celebration come March 20th.
I know that right. But yeah, we talking about the official 2021, so we can get busy back with our business. You know, that's where I'm at with it. I'm ready to go back to work.
Man, this situation though, right? Our people need to get on point ASAP.
Right.
Yo, we got these foreigners, man. Yo, what I've read just within the last 60 days, this situation with nanotechnology embedded in this fake vaccine that will be
Yep.
modifying your genetics in addition to enslaving you, because now you have patented technology that is self-replicating throughout your body, right?
Right.
That will be backing a coming cryptocurrency that is already developed. It just hasn't been released yet.
Exactly.
Hey, you know what, Tom? I'm glad you touching on that because I've been waiting and I've been just quiet, wondering when these people gonna figure it all out. It ain't just the vaccine. That ain't really the scare. That chip is in that shit.
Absolutely.
Bow, 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 bow.
Absolutely. And it all has something to
That
do
chip
with
is
this
in
here.
that shit.
They always talk about 5G, 5G. Every time. Do y'all realize when they start talking about 3G, we had that 3G phone. We was in the third dimension then. Then they say 4G. What we was in, they say, oh, now we're in the fourth dimension. 5G. But some of these people are still in a sunken place back in the third dimension. If that be the truth, I relinquish the mic.
They playing with your frequency.
Yo, what happened?
Your emotions is a frequency, just like you getting a headache, just like if you know somebody's like grabbing a finger and pinching it, that's a frequency that your body releases, and they actually run tests on this, like to where if like they hook stuff up to your body and your pulse and stuff, and they do certain things to your body, and your body reacts giving a certain vibration and frequency off of it. So they doing that, and they don't tell people that the body, our natural, the copper colored American indigenous people. I don't know what other people's body radiate, but our body radiates from 5 to 7, 8 G naturally. So what they're trying to do is get you to take that 5 and 8 G and confuse it with all of this fear. Once you got fear implanted into your psyche, that frequency changes. That's all I'm saying. And I
I mean,
agree
what
with
you game though, right? You're gonna hear this author here, Professor Dorman, talk about how you had these corrupt officials, public officials, these foreign corrupt public officials in Chicago owning businesses, including communication, radio,
you. Yep.
back during this period. So now let's think about this real quick, right? So here it is. We have our American Indian people, the Relocation Act, World War I, going into Chicago, bootlegging, prostitution, gambling. Foreigners are profiting tremendously, including these Moors. They're profiting, they're involved, right? And there are broad day like murders, wild shootouts, all of that. They advertise these gangster movies, historical depictions. You know, you had to do Lawrence Fishburne in one some years ago. Well
Bumpy
produced,
Johnson.
exactly, Bumpy Johnson. Well produced movie, right? However, when we look at what was going on back then to where things are at today, well, we know that our people have lost so much. Property ownership down, wealth,
Yep.
inheritance down.
Yep.
Meanwhile, for the foreigners, it's up.
And that as
That
far go ahead, Mama G.
that in itself should be an obvious problem. That should be this right here should be a whole red alert for all of our people. But unfortunately, these hidden coloreds have our people under heavy hypnosis. Throughout all of this media situation, all of this political situations, all this entertainment, everything, our people have been literally rocked into a deep sleep, talking about they woke. You had this dude Tariq Nasheed a couple weeks ago talking about if you could trace your people to 1870, then 10 times out of 10 you were an Aboriginal American, foundational Black. Yo, hold up, Duke. What?
That was a
He
part of
said.
it. That the Renaissance is still going.
He said. Yo,
It's not good.
we have to control the narrative. Yo, straight up and down. If you're not talking about our American people, the over 1,040 nations of the Americas, the true Aboriginal, indigenous, autochthonous nations of this land, and what the descendants have experienced, what the people have experienced, what these nations have experienced from the point of initial colonization, the invasion. If you're not talking about how we can secure ourselves on all levels, and I mean not just our people, but our land. Like I said earlier, scorched earth policy, right? Yo, if you're not talking about this, you don't need to be controlling any narrative, period. Not our narrative. Absolutely not our narrative, because obviously our narrative has already been controlled. What we're looking at here, this author, yeah.
Install.
Those all, I can't hear you. What do you say?
Said it been controlled and stole.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So let's get back into this video. Pardon me from over here smashing. I've been eating since like wild early today. Let's get back into it. Yeah, here we go.
We had a group of Capone's gangsters who machine gunned down the Black Challenger to one of the Thompson machine politicians in broad daylight on election day. That's what led to this investigation of the machine that indicted both DePriest and his kind of rival named Dan Jackson. Dan Jackson, some of you might know the name because Dan Jackson managed Unity Hall. It was Dan Jackson who had hired Claude Green. Okay? So Jackson and DePriest, Jackson was the king of gamblers on the South Side. DePriest was kind of the chief person who was collecting kickbacks to get protection.
Can someone mute, please?
Oh, is it clear? Is the audio clear? Take that as a yes. Let's continue.
And they were working together, but also rivals. Okay, so the reason why that is so significant, though, this indictment of Congressman-elect DePriest, is that he's elected in the fall of 28, at the very moment, right, when he's posing with the Prophet at the first annual convention. So the Prophet is very close, or is literally in between DePriest and Louis B. Anderson. I'll show this picture again. This is DePriest. This is Louis B. Anderson. They're both aldermen. This is Aaron Payne L., brother of Clarence Payne L., who becomes the physician who oversees the Prophet's treatment. So he's in the middle of these very elite Chicago political figures at the very moment when the Thompson machine is crumbling. And it's crumbling because of the violence and because of these indictments. And from what I've heard from some Moors, these politicians and elite figures were also trying to either take over the movement or try to get a bigger share of the profits. And that's how people, some people at least, explain the schism and the beef with Claude Green. And that part about the schism is hearsay, but to me, I think it makes sense. I'd be interested what other people think about that.
I want to pause it right there real quick, right? So he's showing this Emperor Samuel Insull, right? Now I want y'all to see something down here on the bottom of the page, right? On the bottom of the screen, it's on the website also that he's showing here. It says Thomas Alva Edison was the president of 11 companies worth $3 billion, about $45 billion today. He was the chairman of 65 more companies and a director of another 85. That's serious. We're talking about 1929 with that much resourcefulness while being engaged in corruption. And this is a foreigner here in America. That's this wealthy.
Hey,
Once
Tom,
again, I just want to say this, right? I want to hear what you're saying, but I just want to keep this in the mind of the people, right? Everyone listening. Look
right.
at the condition of our American people in Chicago. I will just say in Illinois, period, today, what we saw this year, 2020.
And with the so-called president from up there for 2 terms.
Hold on, say what? Who's that?
That Obama was from Chicago, you know,
Oh,
right? Out of that area, supposed to be for 2 terms, and it didn't get no better, and it still ain't got no better.
and
Because
Obama is a
because because that's right, but because of that wickedness. And remember Lincoln, he the one that gave them that first recognized them, right?
no, it was
Was it,
Washington
well, I
that
mean
first
Washington.
recognized.
Okay, Washington. Yeah, they first
Now
gave them.
Lincoln was involved in the American Colonization Society, if I recall correctly.
Okay, I
We're
got
going to
to
be getting to
mix
that
up.
research also. And you know, the American Colonization Society, the Moors, those hidden colors, those Negroes, they were also involved in that. So this is a really dynamic situation here. You know, was that Joseph that was that had a comment?
Yeah, I was saying, I was gonna say, I bet any kind of money if you look this man up, if he grew up, if he quote unquote grew up as a kid out here in America, I guarantee you he was a poor motherfucker. Excuse my language.
Oh, you talking about the Samuel Insull?
Yes, sir.
Huh. That's good research and definitely needs to be done. You know, if you're willing to do the research or anyone else willing to do the research and you all want to you know, continue this discussion, you're more than welcome to, because you know, it's vital that we discuss these things. I mean, seeing this guy being worth $3 billion then, which is equivalent to $45 billion today, being the president of 11 companies, the chairman of 65 more companies, and a director of another 85 companies. I mean, that's a mogul. Like, for real, for real. And this is not limited to no damn entertainment. I mean, we're talking about he controls Chicago's Commonwealth Edison. I believe that's electricity. It says there the L trains, the interurban railroads, and the power grid in hundreds of Chicago suburbs, as well as communities spread throughout the Midwest and Southeast. And this guy was engaged, he was involved in corruption, right? Yo, we're going to continue with the video.
Then one of the really powerful figures behind the scenes is Emperor Samuel Insull. No one's heard of him that I've ever met. But Insull was the single most powerful businessman in the 1920s in the United States. He controlled Commonwealth Edison, the L trains, the interurban railroads, and the power grids for hundreds of Chicago suburbs. He controlled, he was president of 11 companies, chairman of 65, and director of another 85. He also was the chief corrupter of politicians in America.
Chief corrupter of politicians in the United States. He said America, but we're going to be clear. We need to at all times be clear. America is the continent. The United States is the corporation operating, doing business in North America. A portion of North America, by the way. No,
Let me say something.
Yeah, go for it.
More like United States just has a couple offices across the land.
Oh my goodness, yo. They just said, yo, Zo. That sounds like a super demon's name, right? He is the chief corrupter.
Right. That's like that's like it's like it's like Satano Lucifer.
The chief corrupter.
Them
And
actually rhyme.
huh?
I said those two words actually rhyme.
The chief corrupter?
Satano Lucifer. Yep.
Oh, word. God
Hell
damn, this
yeah.
shit is madness. The chief corrupter, right? Let's keep that in
Mm-hmm.
mind as we proceed.
Let's go.
So in 1926, he backed this candidate for Senate from Illinois named Frank Smith. And Frank Smith had been in charge of regulating Samuel Insull's Industries, public utility. And so the Senate refused to seat Frank Smith because they feared that he was not, as one senator put it, not the senator from Illinois, but the senator from Insull. So there was this immediate precedent that said, if you had a politician who was known to be corrupt, that politician might not be seated in Congress. Then 28 happened, and Oscar Priest is elected, but he's under indictment. This is why I believe that the internal disputes within the Moorish Science Temple in 28 and 29 were so dangerous to the reigning political machine. And the reason being that they threatened the legitimacy of Oscar de Priest, right? That he might not be able to take that seat in Congress if he was tied into the corruption scheme of Samuel Insull, which was run through Unity Hall. It was Samuel Insull had purchased Unity Hall for Oscar de Priest. Dan Jackson was managing Unity Hall for Samuel Insull. So it was Insull who was behind the scenes at Unity Hall. So when Oscar de Priest was killed, my bad. When Claude Green was killed within Unity Hall, it must have set off all these alarm bells within Insull's machine and within the city machine.
I want to pause it right there just for clarity. What he's referencing to as Union Hall, that was the location for the Moorish Science Temple of America in Chicago.
Because it was at this critical moment in between the election of Oscar de Priest in the fall of 20 and the seating of Oscar de Priest in the winter. All right, and here's more detail about Insull and behind the scenes. I thought this was just incredible. It says, a wonderful program to him. It's a cartoon. This is the front page of the Chicago Defender. And you see it says, right next to it, most noble Drew Lee is laid to rest. So the very day that they're announcing the burial of the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Lee, the Chicago Defender runs a front page editorial cartoon. What does it say? It says, do as I tell you, and these dollars are yours.
I'm going to pause it right there.
Enough said.
We need to talk about that right there. Yo.
That's some real shit.
I'm gonna leave this image on the screen right there. Let me see if I can pull it up over here so we can really take a close look at that. That's in Gallery 2 on the website. Gallery 2, here we go.
Explain to the new people that's in the chat that might not know what you're talking about the website and where the first one is.
Okay, give me one second. I'm just pulling everything up right now. I'm about to step on the balcony again. Okay, so yeah, let me just switch over to this screen here. One moment. Stop screen share. Here we go. Yes, and we're right there. Alrighty, that should be shown on the screen now. We have the image blown up that was just shown in the video. Where this is a depiction of the insult guy that that the author was just speaking about in the video, where insult he was put on the cover of the Chicago Defender. It said a wonderful program to him, as you see. Then on the right, it says, most noble Drew Ali is laid to rest. Followers mourn at Beer of Leader. I've never seen that word, B-I-E-R of leader. And then it says on the left, do as I tell you, and these dollars are yours.
Do as I tell you, and the dollars be yours. That's what's coming through that music right there. That's actually a record player. You see, it's a
what they call it, what do they call it, phonogram or some shit?
Yeah, it's a phonogram. It's a phonogram
record player.
Yep.
You couldn't DJ on that, huh?
Yep.
You couldn't be a mix master. You couldn't be Grandmaster J on that one.
Nah, that bitch had a real needle.
Yo, what do you think about that though? Do as I tell you, and these dollars are yours. And we're talking about, what year is this? I don't know what year. Walter Brister.
It had to be like 1928 to 1931, up in that time period.
When after he became. Yeah, you mean after he became the person that he is? Because before then, 1821, he was working for Thomas Edison, bro. I'm doing the research right now.
No, I'm talking about Noble Drew Ali. This picture right here, this newspaper article is about 1930.
Yeah,
it's after Noble Drew Ali died. It's saying it right there, like he was laid to rest. So after he died,
that's 1930.
That's in Chicago.
That's 2 years after. That's 2 years after he had MSTA set up over there at Unity Hall, right?
Yeah, they figured out how much money he was getting and what he was doing on the side. They set him up for the whammy.
He said, do as I tell you, and these dollars are yours. So I guess, damn. Yo, they ain't got no. Yo, I told you. See, I be telling these Moors, the foreigners ain't got no love for them. We're trying to tell them. It says it right here. Do as I tell you, and these dollars are yours, right? So
ain't that what we call a snitch bond today?
Absolutely.
Rats for the cheese.
Facts.
God damn.
Rats for the cheese, B.
God damn. Yeah, I'm about to step outside, blow smoke again. Give me one moment while I load this thing back up so I can listen to y'all.
So on top of that, that's also, you got to look at how the Moors played a part of the policing system coming into motherfucking America, and they were the motherfucking, we call them a rat. I don't give a fuck, you a colored motherfucker with a badge, nigga. You telling on us you're a rat.
What you say, Zo? Rats for the cheese getting caught in the trap, huh?
Yeah, rats for the cheese getting caught in the trap. That's real rat.
Man, this is bad, man. And like, yo, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying, right? You know, the author, he started off saying, you know, hold on, my bad. Let me get this thing adjusted real quick. I'll step out here. Yeah, y'all can hear me? Yo, yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, I just had to change the device up real quick. Yo, so you heard the author when he began speaking, right? He said that if it wasn't for Noble Drew Ali, there would have been no MSTA. I mean, like, okay, so let me run it back. If there was no Walter Brister, there wouldn't have been no MSTA, there would have been no NOI, and there would not have been the 5%ers and everything else that has come as a result, including all of these social media debates with Moors claiming to be Aboriginal, autochthonous, indigenous to America, right?
He's the creator of it all. That's what he said.
And he got off by the
liar.
He
But
got
then
off
his,
by the emperor.
but his teacher was the same teacher of Malcolm X. They had the same instructor, and it wasn't Fard Muhammad.
Oh no. Fard Muhammad was ahead of goddamn Elijah Muhammad.
No, I'm talking about that wasn't who taught Noble and Malcolm.
Oh yeah, it was. It was Fard Muhammad and it was Elijah Muhammad.
Let me pull up this document, honey. I'm talking about
Uh-oh.
something else.
Uh-oh.
Let's get it. You might have found
Uh-oh.
something that I ain't even touch on. I like
She about to
sharing
pour some
information.
fire.
Tony, you
Because look,
got it too, but
the
I'm
reason
just
I say
saying
that,
we
Mama
should
Chief, no, Mama Chief, reason I say that is because Tony earlier has showed a picture of Noble Drew Ali standing there, and we pulled up that picture of Fire Muhammad sitting right next to him. And Fire Muhammad had that
Oh, I know exactly
Mar-
what you're saying, but I'm
he
talking
had that
about
Hey,
his
listen, hold
mama.
on.
Hold on.
Fire Muhammad had that
Zoe, wait one moment. No, what you saying?
I was finna say, I'm talking about when he was a little boy who took him to Egypt, who took him to Hindustan,
Oh
who
yeah,
taught
I
him
believe no, it wasn't Fard. What I was saying is
That's what I
Fard
was
was
saying.
a part of his political
Yeah, okay.
marriage pull. Yeah, because
Indeed.
you gotta look at it like Fard Muhammad was a part of the Moroccan people and shit. Oh, damn. Once again.
So would we categorize Fard and whoever Fard was working with as like handlers?
He was the main, he was the controller.
Yeah,
And we call them today controllers. We call them controllers in 2020, 21. The controllers, yeah, the nigga Fard. That's why he was sitting. Remember, I said he was sitting to the left, and you pulled that picture up, and there was that nigga Fard Muhammad sitting right there on front row. Pull that picture up again, man. You got that? Pull that
I'm
picture
back on the
up
balcony,
again.
man. Hold on on the balcony, man.
Oh yeah,
Like,
I forgot. I'm smoking too. My bad. Enjoy your smoke.
yeah, let me
man.
get my freeze on real quick, man. You know it's just cold as hell out here. You know what I mean?
Man, yeah, it's tough, guys. This tough weather up here in the north, man. They don't be understanding, man. But that makes us even more goddamn Android soldier. Be able to stand outside for motherfucking 15 minutes in fucking 20-degree weather. Try it.
No, bro.
He said no.
When I was in West Virginia, bro. No, y'all come down here to Texas where it's still warm.
Yeah, hey, no, I'm be back in a hot minute. I'm just blowing smoke for a minute. I'll be back in. I'll let you back in 1 second. But
you know what, Mama Chief?
She got
to spawn up
she keep on getting blocked. She keep on getting knocked out of the thing. But
she got knocked out.
Yeah, so
damn.
I mean, you know, I don't understand why these people who consider themselves to be Moors, they haven't done this level of investigation. I mean, here it is. You have this author here, a professor who took the time, 18 years he dedicated to lining this up. And he has another book that deals with the Black Israelites. It's called The Chosen People. And so I don't understand why, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, it's like we have people that just like to follow or something, man. Like just are just susceptible to anything foreign.
I mean, bro, look, a lot of our people can't follow instructions, bro. I'm gonna be very honest. A lot of our people cannot follow instructions, bro. Hey, look, I'm gonna be 100 with you. Like I told everybody, you know what I'm saying? I didn't do this stuff, you know what I'm saying, before I, just was like, wait a minute, let me go talk to my peoples, you know what I'm saying? And then found out what was really good. You know what I'm saying? I went through the steps, bro, and I bought one of these Moorish books, you know what I'm saying, where they trying to teach the history and all of this stuff. Hey, bro, in the beginning of they books, bro, they always say this is not legal advice, and this is not, what they say, this is not damn, what it said. I can't even remember one of my homeboys, but it say something else, you know what I'm saying? Basically telling you, read this, but pay attention to what you reading. Read this, and see if that's the truth. Like you decipher if it's the truth. You know what I'm saying? If you understand this, 100% truth. You know what I'm saying? But you have to always cross-reference everything. It doesn't matter who wrote the book, when the book was wrote. You know, you have to cross-reference this stuff. You know what I mean? And I took these books, bro, and I cross-referenced them with other stuff. You know, I even some of the stuff that they were saying is literally copy and paste, bro, from you know what I'm
That's
saying,
right.
from other sources, bro, with words changed out. And I'm looking at this like, bro, this said African American or this said Negro, and you put more right here, bro. That's not what you say.
Yeah.
Bro, wait a minute. Let me go look at this. Type it up on a computer, go to the public library, get to looking at. Hold up, bro. Man, this ain't even right, bro. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me go look at this book again. Okay, this is not public information. This is not such and such. Okay. So basically, it's telling me, hey, read this. It's gonna tell you some history, some true history, but you got to take it with a grain of salt.
Yo, they're chop and screw artists. Long story short, right?
Mm-hmm.
They are chop and screw artists. I mean, let's just take it from the top real quick, right? So, you know, one of the things I wanted to show tonight in this presentation was how, and you know, you all can look this up. I do have the document. It is in the tabs, but I haven't had a chance to get into it because, like I said, this is a whole lot of information. We're covering the 16th century forward, right? So anyway, you have the Prince Hall African Lodge. Prince Hall, who is an African, right? He's a real Moor, okay? He was a slave, right? He's working with a Christian missionary who is also of African descent, therefore Moor, right? And this Moor by the name of John Merritt, who was a missionary towards for the conversion of our American Indian peoples into Christians, right? He gives a sermon at Prince Hall's African Lodge. This is in the late 1700s. Going a little bit further with these hidden colors, and I'm gonna show all of this text. We might not be able to get into it tonight because we're approaching 4 hours right now. You know what I mean? We might resume tomorrow if everyone's available, but this is the situation. We have the Prince Hall Lodge volunteering. Prince Hall wrote a letter to the governor of Massachusetts in the 1700s volunteering to put down Shays' Rebellion. What do y'all think about that?
The hell? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, okay. My phone say it's muted, but I can't. I guess.
Oh.
What man? Say that one more time for me.
You have Prince Hall, who founded the African Lodge. You know, the Prince Hall Black
The Prince Hall
Masons,
Masons.
right?
They got one up the street from my pop's house. Yeah.
Prince Hall wrote a letter to the governor of Massachusetts in the late 1700s. I have the text where he's volunteering to put down Shays' Rebellion. What do you think about that?
It sounds like infiltrate. Like it sounds like infiltration, bro. Like I mean, that's the best way I can put it. You asking for permission to go ahead and start sabotaging some shit.
Yep. I was just gonna say that's sabotage.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
I mean, bro. Look. Like I say, my family, bro. I was born with a jar of common sense. Right now, it's uncommon because ain't nobody got it. But
Mm-hmm.
you know, I mean,
Common
that's
sense is
exactly what that
uncommon. I've been
sounds
saying
like.
that for years.
That's what that sound like to me, bro. You asking for permission to go ahead and start sabotaging some shit.
And see, the situation with Shays' Rebellion is the fact, because you know I did a little bit of research on it briefly. You know, I've been doing too much reading, so it was like, well, I'm gonna get to this later. But what I understand about Shays' Rebellion, you had these colonists that were farmers, right? So these are basically foreigners that were farmers. They was employees and all of that, and they were just being taxed to death. They basically went on strike. The strike called Shays Rebellion. I don't know how serious Shays Rebellion got, but I guess it got serious enough for Prince Hall and his African Lodge, or for him, Prince Hall, to volunteer his African Lodge and whatever influence he had during this late 1700s period to volunteer to put down Shays Rebellion, man. I mean, this is outrageous. And so,
Bro, wait. Oh, damn. Bro, okay. Check it. Now, you just said that these people was farmers, right?
yeah.
Bro, this was going ahead and to start the market. Like Market Basket, Walmart, you know, all of these places, bro. This was to take the farmers off their land and put it into a factory, bro. That way you have no share. You got no crops now. Now you have no sharecropping.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing. Replace you with the motherfucking people they got in position. And there's the politic move on the land.
Damn.
And the Prince Hall himself wrote a letter to the governor of Massachusetts volunteering to put down this rebellion. And so, you know what occurred in my mind when I came across that information, right? I'm like, whoa. So what other rebellions have they volunteered to disrupt or, to sabotage, to you know what I'm saying?
Look, the Tea Party and all that shit was a part of it. When they went to Tulsa, Oklahoma, all of that shit was a part of it. When they started going to Chicago, burning down all of the big buildings and tearing them shits down. Went to Detroit, did the same thing. New York, Philadelphia, Atlanta. They try to hit all of the major cities with this bullshit, bro. That's what stirred up all them wars that led from late 1800s, late 1700s, all the way into the late mid 1800s. They ain't gonna speak about the wars going all the way up to 1870, man. They don't even want to say that.
Bruh, once they start saying that, I mean, come on, it's gonna be common sense to people that these people came here to just saw the war to take your land, bro. It's gonna open the people's eyes to that somebody, some family, one of these species of human breeds, then corrupted everything, and they trying to take the planet.
Right, chaotic.
Hey, y'all, I'm back.
Or yeah, I just came back in. Pardon the delay.
That's okay. But listen, I was just listening to y'all, and Tony, what about Metacon and the pigs they put over there on the land?
Oh,
what about that?
I mean, well, yeah. Let's go back into the 1600s.
I know. It's just crazy. I was just thinking about how they just corrupted our land, just do what they want to do.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely have to, dedicate, an entire entire presentations to so much information. Huh?
Do a whole build on it.
I mean, but it's going to be a series of these because we're approaching 4 hours right now just on this one. I didn't even expect it to be this long. I ain't trying to take people's time and all of that, but the thing is, we have to be aware. Once again, we have to provide ourselves with full disclosure of what has taken place. Now, in regards to what Noya just referenced here with Metacom, he was also known as King Philip, right? The English put the name King Philip. They called Metacom, who was the chief, I believe, of the Wampanoag over there in Massachusetts, right?
Right.
So
got him.
They called him King Philip, demonizing him basically because at this time the English was at war with Spain, as we was reading earlier, right? So anyway, imagine this, y'all. This is your land, right? Like imagine waking up in the morning on your land, of course, right? And then you smell something awful, funky, it's terrible, right? It's like it disturbs you. It disturbs all of your people. And so
I got it. If you want me, I got it.
Read it. Go for
I
it.
got it.
Go.
It's a King Philip's herds, Indians, colonists, and the problem of livestock in early New England, Virginia. D. John Anderson wrote this. It says on a late
Hold on,
spring
hold on.
day.
Read that line. Read that topic at the beginning again.
The title, okay, King Philip's.
Damn it!
No, yeah. What happened?
They kicked her out.
The hell? No, she's still here.
Mama Chi. Now they kicked her out.
Oh,
She ain't on mute, huh?
No, she's not on
Can
mute.
y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can hear you on.
Oh, y'all heard me at first reading, right?
No.
Y'all didn't hear me reading that?
Yeah, no,
Thought you told
we
me.
didn't hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. It says King Philip's herds, Indians, colonists, and the problem of livestock in early New England by Virginia D. John Anderson. It says, on a late spring day in 1669, the ambitious younger son of a prominent Rhode Island family received a letter from the town clerk of the Portsmouth. Like many of his neighbors, the young man raised livestock and followed the common practice of placing his pigs on a nearby island where they could forage safe from predators. But that was what brought him to the attention of the Portsmouth inhabitants, who ordered the clerk to reprimand.
Damn it!
No, you just went out again.
I knew that was gonna happen, bro. I was hoping she can go all the way. They censoring that shit.
They must don't want me to read that, y'all. We're gonna have to put that in the back chat for y'all to read it yourself, I guess. Cause they
You
keep
heard her
kicking me out.
segment cut off.
Look, you said my name so many times. They got me in the algorithm.
Yeah, that's already.
They algorithm me. Hey, I'm back. I
But yeah,
really.
this the whole situation right here, right? So basically, a lot has happened that these foreigners have not informed us of. One of the things in which we will be getting into soon, on the Aboriginal American Truths platform, in conjunction with the Tom Tony platform, etc. Right? We're going to be discussing a series of harmful acts, basically foreign legislation that was against our American people. Same way there are harmful acts taking place right now, like new bills. Like, I mean, every year, as New Year approaches and even New Year's night, I've encouraged people to look up local legislation because there is some filth in it. And
Let me ask y'all. I'm sorry. Let me ask you this, Tony, because my grandson told me to ask y'all about this.
Mhm.
What do you think about them withholding mail from prisoners? They can't send mail out and they can't receive mail.
That's a federal act.
My grandson, he asked me to see is that any rights that they are violating on him.
That's federal.
Yeah,
So they don't even mail out, won't give a mail or nothing. They can't do nothing but get a postcard.
Wow.
Yeah, that's some federal shit. They violating federal law.
They can't go to the library. They can't get no books in with pictures. They told him they had to get it from Amazon, but when he got a book from Amazon, it had pictures. They sent it back. So they doing a lot of that. No TV. They can't, nothing.
You know why? Because they're trying to keep all the information dead.
Right.
They don't
Absolutely.
get their new information or literature.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, see, the situation is this. The people need to be informed so they can provide assistance to our people that's incarcerated.
Mm-hmm.
Early this year, I looked at the legal definition of protest, right?
Yeah.
As illegal filing It's not
Not for
walking outside, yelling out,
Mhm.
no justice, no peace, fuck the police, and then you lay down in the street.
No, that ain't it.
That's not a
Hell no.
protest.
That's man. A real protest is a legal action.
That's right.
Yeah, you have to file for it, right?
And so, and so, and so
Get a
there's
But
permit.
hold on, wait, y'all. Hey, yo, hold on. I want y'all to slow down real quick, y'all, because see, Tony, what you saying and what you just threw in, Zoe. Most of our people don't know that, y'all. They not
Hmm.
competent, bro. A lot of our people, and I say this, and I hope our people understand this. When I say they can't read, I'm not talking about the words that's in the sentence.
They
They
can't read
cannot
between the
comprehend. They
lines.
do not know what these words mean.
They read between the line of what's going on because these are spells being cast,
These
and that,
people,
yeah.
these people. I don't mean to cut you off, Mama Chief.
No
These
more.
people
I'm
sit
not.
up there and they tell y'all that they doing a protest, and they show people walking up and down the street. Now our people see things, and they figure that's the name of it. You know that's what it is. They said this, and that's what it is. But they won't go and open the book to find that. They won't read that. I mean, we have to have people to break this stuff down, and I've been saying that for a while, man.
well, you know, this is exactly what I have developed platforms for, is so that we can provide quality information to our people. You know what I'm saying? And this is for the people, our people, to provide information to ourselves, because these hidden colors and everybody else, they haven't done it, and we can expect them to do it at all.
Been working on it hard. Been working on it hard to get it done.
Bruh, I
Okay,
mean,
so what
I
I
don't,
do
I
is
don't. I'm sorry, Mama Chief. Go ahead.
No, that wasn't me. That wasn't me.
that was
Oh,
me.
oh, my
I was
bad. So
I
go
was
ahead.
going to say something real quick. I was going to say, well, what I do is explain. A protest is a legal action that you file with the city, county clerk, or one of the magistrate courts, and you get a permit to do it. And it's actually a legal action that you do behind a protest. You are actually going to do some type of legal action or legal filing towards something, which means that it has a purpose. So when these people do the Black Lives Matter protest, their legal action and protest was towards something legit. And it had nothing to do with them standing around and yelling with all these outfits on. So that's just for the people. Go ahead.
Yo, I just pulled up the legal definition. I posted this on the Aboriginal American Truths um page early this year. Well, yeah, 2020, when all of this civil unrest activity was taking place, because that's the definition of what was really going on, was civil unrest. Right
Yep.
now, the situation is this. Where are we at? So they do have the definition. Usually organized public demonstration of disapproval. However, the true purpose or true definition of a protest, right? Where's it at? Where are we at? Come on. Da, 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 da. Yo, where is it? They got this shit camouflage. Come on.
If, shit, if
See, I
you
know it off
don't,
the top of my head, but I want to read it.
but if you don't sometime screenshot a copy or make copies of stuff, they change this stuff every day, y'all. Y'all better know. They
Oh
be
yeah,
changing.
I'm familiar. I'm
Look,
definitely
they be
familiar.
changing.
Here it is. I
I
got it.
mean,
Here's Black's Law.
whoa.
Here's Black's Law.
Okay.
Now, let me bring it up on the screen as well. Give me one moment here. All right, application window. Here we go. Yeah, we're going to Black's Law Dictionary now. So you see here, and this is a reference to second edition of Black's Law. It says, what is protest? A formal declaration made by a person interested or concerned in some act about to be done or already done. And in relation thereto, whereby he expresses his dissent or disapproval, or affirms the act to be done against his will or convictions, the object being generally to save some right which would be lost to him if his implied assent could be made out, or to exonerate himself from some responsibility which would attach to him unless he expressly negatived his assent to or voluntary participation in the act. So basically, a protest is your disapproval. Your disapproval. You do not approve of something that either has happened or is about to happen. And you file this. This is a legal filing. As it says here, a formal declaration, not an affidavit. This is a declaration. And so, in regards to what you just referenced a moment ago, Noya, right? So, we are aware that this act is already done dealing with your grandson that's incarcerated. Whereas he and other inmates, I imagine, are not receiving their mail. That's mail tampering. I can't recall the exact federal citation or reference to that, but that can be sourced. That's taking place and other violations of an inmate's rights. So basically, what needs to happen is people need to identify what things in law pertaining, beginning with the inmates' rights, going into what these private facilities are able to do and what they're not able to do based on law.
And what they are doing and what they are not doing to our
Exactly.
relatives, because like I spoke to the lieutenant and I asked her, well, ma'am, let me ask you, how many American Indians do you have incarcerated? She say, I'm not sure of that. I said, well, I'm telling you, you have him and others. She scrambled through the paperwork. Well, this says he's black, and I said that's because of the color of law and what y'all put us under, And I told him, I said, I'm gonna need you to stop saying you are black. That's what we need to make sure our people understand. Stop naming yourself these titles that ties you to something else. I relinquish the mic.
It's not too many of them in there that don't know that these people are American Indians. My cousin, when he was locked up before he died, when he told me, he came home and he told me he had a lady that was in there. It was they was teaching some school he had to go to. I guess it was a church school or something like that. No, he was getting his GED in there. That's what he was doing. And he said this lady that was his teacher was a Cherokee. And she would always come and speak Cherokee to him, told him she knew he was Cherokee.
Yeah, there needs to be a lot more of that.
Now, do you think, excuse me, do you think just like, I run across people all the time and I ask them, do you know you know who you is and stuff, some do and some look at me like I'm stupid. But at the same time, do you think just like those people know that they're Cherokee or know that they have any Indian in them that these crackers know as well?
Absolutely, they do.
Yeah, they do know. They do know when they like a lot of like when they see me, they don't talk to me. Now that I'm actually dressing the part and I'm wearing my heritage. When they see me, whether I'm at work, whether I'm at home, whether I'm going to the store, when they see me, they don't talk to me. If they do come and talk to me, they ask me a couple of questions. They want to know certain things. I'll let them know certain things, but I want to know why you want to know.
No doubt.
That's why, because I'm tired of people playing with us, bro. I want to know why you want to know. We're not playing this game no more.
That's the truth. And we got to get our people on point, man. We got this 2021 situation. You know what I mean? And what is it that we want to happen?
But excuse me. We got 2021 situation, and most of the people, I'm gonna say a lot of the people, don't even know that there was Agenda 2021 and there's a damn Agenda 31. And I'm talking about Biden just told these people, Al Sharpton them, that they will not be in existence in 20 more years from now. Now, what are we gonna do about it? Like I asked them crackers over there, what we supposed to do about our generation, y'all? is very, very serious. Talking about 2020. What y'all gonna do 2021? We ready to party. There's niggas out there now shooting and party. We best to be about trying to get ourselves together. Because these people are trying to annihilate us. It's in their Paris treaties. It's in all of their stuff. And this is why we're here today. Because today, talking about 2021, today is the day of our continuation, not our destruction. I relinquish the mic.
Yeah, man, you're absolutely right. And we're going to have to definitely continue this. It's an abundance of information to cover just to get, people up to speed. And this can be on a record, as I was saying a moment ago and throughout this presentation. Full disclosure, we got to provide it for ourselves. We have to take the control of our narrative. All these coloreds, these Negroes, these Moors, and whoever else, it's not their place to control our narrative. They had an opportunity to provide us with full disclosure. They failed repeatedly. They didn't even agree to provide us with full disclosure, but yet and still they wanted to contract with us. So this is where we're at. And we got a lot of work to do. Yo, Zoe, Joseph, and Noya, I'll go ahead and let y'all close because we're definitely going to have to continue this.
Hey, yo, I just wanted to tell y'all, man, if y'all gonna read, y'all get y'all dictionary. Make sure y'all know what y'all reading. Cross-reference everything. Hey, love yourself, love your people. Hey, the fight is on. For real, for real.
And I just say I love everybody. I miss y'all. Anybody that know me, they call me Mama Chi. Love you. Peace, love. No, we ain't doing no more damn pieces, y'all. Listen, be strong, and I'll see you on the other side.
No doubt. Hey, Zoe, you want to say anything before we out? I'll take that as a no. So yeah, appreciate your presence. Much appreciation to our American people, of course. We're gonna catch you on the next one. Most likely I will continue tomorrow. Whoever's available to join, feel free to let me know. Because we got a lot of information to cover. Oh yeah, Zoe's out of here. He guess he got kicked off also or something. I don't know. But yeah, to everyone that watched this presentation with us, and receive this information, feel free to send us an email if you have any questions or utilize the social media communication options. Comment. If you enjoyed this presentation and you think this information is important, definitely inform your peoples about it. Get the information to your people. Conduct research together. You know what I mean? Will more read? I'm not sure what time. What we will do is schedule it in advance. You know what I'm saying? So there'll be a notification on the Aboriginal American Troops Facebook page, as well as on the Tomahawk Tony YouTube channels. We also have the Aboriginal American Troops YouTube channel. So, we're going to definitely have the notification active. You know what I mean? Subscribe to the channel if you are not receiving notifications from those channels. But yeah, we will schedule the next presentation, which will be continuing this one. I have a lot of information to share. Noya has that much more information to share. And this is what we got to do. I'm all about awareness. Awareness is fundamental for preparedness. So absolutely stay safe, stay healthy, stay strong. Self-preservation is a must. Keep in mind, the foreigners have thoroughly documented, as I have shown, their intention is to exterminate, annihilate, to make our American people extinct as they progress and advance with their colonization scheme. These hidden coloreds, they are complicit. And we cannot be foolish about this at all. So Tara, I appreciate your presence as well. Thank you for the information you're sharing here. You know what I mean? Definitely, we're going to get this to Noya. And we're definitely going to speak about this and try to make some preparations so that we can be of service to our people and continue being of service to our American peoples. Yo, Joseph, I think this is our first time having an interaction. Definitely appreciate your presence and everything you
Already.
shared this evening.
For sure. Same here, bro.
All right, no doubt. Yo, if you're available tomorrow, definitely look forward to your presence again, all right?
All right.
Absolutely, I'll be good.
Peace.